Chapter 2498. In 10 years, Chunzong had also comprehended the mysteries of speed to the level of true meaning. He had mastered the flying swan and electric light, two level 6 AO Wu techniques. They had both reached the level of initial success. This was the first time Chunzong had used these two level 6 AO Wu techniques. His speed had reached the extreme. Fast, extremely fast. It was as if a bolt of lightning had shot out from his hand. It was so fast that it was indescribable. The void was directly torn apart and lit up. Whether it was electric light or flying swan, they were considered to be above average among level 6 AO Wu techniques. They were extremely extraordinary. Even if they were only at initial success, they still had terrifying power. It was too fast. It was beyond the opponent's reaction time. He was hit directly. However, Chunzong frowned slightly. The combination of the lightning sword domain and the flying swan steps allowed his movement speed and the speed of his sword to reach a terrifying level. His opponent was unable to dodge and was hit directly. However, his opponent's body was very strong and his defense was very shocking. His sword was actually unable to cause much damage to his opponent. None of the opponents in the battle tower had any weaknesses. Their abilities were very balanced in all aspects. Because they were not real people, their defense was also very shocking. The opponents on the 6th floor had reached a very shocking level in all aspects. Their defense was also very shocking. Electric light focused on speed. It was really fast. However, in terms of power, it seemed to be lacking. However, this was also because Chunzong had not cultivated electric light to the level of completion. It was only at initial success. If he had reached the level of completion, his attack power would be even stronger. Unfortunately, the level 6 AO Wu was too difficult to cultivate. After 10 years, Chunzong had only reached initial success. As for the level 9 AO Wu, Lightning Fleeting Swan, the prerequisite to cultivating it was to cultivate both electric light and flying swan to the level of completion. Chunzong didn't know how long it would take for him to train lightning and flying swan, these two rank 6 profound martial techniques, to the perfection stage. Fight! Using Lei Guang and Fei Hong time and time again, Chunzong was evenly matched with his opponent on the 6th floor. However, it was a pity that Lei Guang and Fei Hong were both type 6 AO Wu. Although they were powerful and fast, their energy consumption was also shocking. In the end, Chunzong exited the battle tower. He was still unable to pass the 6th level. It would only be possible if he cultivated lightning and flying swan to the great accomplishment realm. I'll go into seclusion for a few months and break through to the high level of the divine aspect realm. After I've stabilized my cultivation, I'll challenge the heavenly general ranking, Chunzong thought to himself. Although Chunzong didn't know if there was a gap between him and the masters on the heavenly general list, he still wanted to try. He could also do what he could do, even if he was a little behind. A few months later, in a secret chamber of the Heart Sword Palace, a tyrannical aura gushed out, turning into a violent gust of wind that gushed out in all directions. It was as though it wanted to destroy everything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sounds continuously rang out, roaring endlessly, attacking everything. It was shocking to the extreme. That gust of wind seemed to be able to shatter everything. High-level divine phase realm. Great accomplishment of the 2nd level of the annihilation technique of the 9 heavens breath gale. After decades of accumulation, both of them had finally broken through, causing Chunzong's strength to increase by another level. Next, Chunzong began to consolidate his cultivation. He spent 10 days to completely consolidate his cultivation and fully control his strength. He was able to unleash his full potential before he sent out a request. He wanted to challenge the 999th master on the heavenly general ranking. This person wasn't from the human race, nor was he from the origin race. He was from the giant race, one of the 4 first-order void races. His name was the Yin Bai. Challenging me, the Yin Bai was slightly stunned, but he immediately revealed a sinister smile. A 3rd-order void race human dares to challenge me? You're courting death. The Yin Bai's cultivation had already reached the peak of the divine aspect realm. The art of tyrannical domination that he cultivated had also reached the second level of perfection. In terms of cultivation and art, he had reached a point where he couldn't improve anymore. In other aspects, he had also reached a shocking height. He was currently preparing to break through to the fourth level. He didn't expect that he would be challenged. It was actually very normal for a master on the heavenly general ranking to be challenged, especially when the person was ranked 999th. However, to be challenged by a third-order void race human, Yanbai felt that it was a little unbelievable. It was as if he was hallucinating. Even if this human's performance in the past was extraordinary, it wouldn't attract much attention from him. There was a disparity in their connate backgrounds. But no matter what, Chunzong had already issued a challenge. Yanbai couldn't refuse unless he wasn't in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. 3 days later, the battle began. "Human, I hope you can take a few more punches from me." Yanbai stared at Chunzong, raised his huge fist, and sneered. His body was a full 5 to 6 meters tall, almost 20 feet. Chunzong was only a little more than 1 meter tall, less than 2 meters, not even 10 feet tall. The difference in size was shocking. His fist alone was bigger than Chunzong's head. It felt like he could smash Chunzong into pieces with one punch. However, that was just an illusion. Even though there was a huge difference in size, Chunzong wasn't afraid at all. Needless to say, fight. Yanbai's primordial spirit dharma power was revealed. It was 50 feet tall, and a sharp sword was unsheathed. The sword light pierced through the air, and the dark green sword light was as fast as the aurora. It streaked across the sky with shocking sharpness. The incomparably sharp sword pierced through everything. This sword wasn't Ao Wu, but it was enough to threaten Yanbai. Yanbai's expression changed, but he didn't intend to dodge. Yanbai roared, and the sound waves rushed in all directions. His huge body, which was originally 5 meters tall, expanded at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant. This giant was over 50 feet tall, reaching an astonishing height of 90 feet. There were also 9 divine inscriptions that represented power flashing on its body. The pressure emitted was even more vigorous and astonishing, suppressing the surroundings and repelling the air, causing layers of ripples to spread out. Yanbai's original height was about 20 feet. Now that it had increased to 70 feet, it meant that his divine image was 60 to 70 feet tall. The divine image of the giant tribe was more inclined towards the body refining divine image. This was because the giant tribe's physique was very strong. Although they didn't deliberately refine their physiques, as their cultivation increased, their physiques would become stronger and more powerful. This was their talent. Even if they cultivated the chi cultivation technique, it would also transform into a unique power of the giant tribe, which would passively strengthen their physique. After activating it, the divine image would reach 90 feet. Subtracting the original height of almost 20 feet, it was equivalent to an increase of 70 feet. Chunzong's divine image was 50 feet tall. Boom! Under the body of the 90 Zhang divine avatar, Yanbai raised his fist and smashed it out in an extremely unreasonable manner. It was as if he was swinging a giant hammer, and it carried an extremely violent and overbearing force as it blasted out. A whistling sound suddenly rang out, as if a storm had struck. The astonishing fist pressure pressed down from the sky, making Chunzong feel suffocated. That fist was dark and oppressive like a falling meteorite, and it was going to smash him into pieces. The sword light was also shattered by that fist. It was too strong. Chunzong immediately knew the strength of an expert on the heavenly general list. It was indeed very terrifying. Just this one blow brought about an intense pressure on him. The power of the peak of the divine image realm and the second level of the supreme cultivation technique was indeed very terrifying. Yanbai's comprehension of the Tao of power had condensed 9 divine marks. In terms of cultivation technique realm, and comprehension of the great Tao, Yanbai was ahead of Chunzong. Moreover, his physique was innately strong. When he displayed his terrifying strength, It was equivalent to him possessing the power of the great Tao. When combined with his own comprehension of the Tao of power, it was even more terrifying. Facing this punch, Chunzong could only unleash his full power, body-refining divine image. In an instant, Chunzong's body also expanded to 50 feet tall, overlapping with the primordial spirit Dharma idol. It looked like they were intertwined with each other. Power. Tyrannical power flowed endlessly between the two divine images. That was the superposition of the qi cultivation technique and the body refining technique. It was equivalent to constantly using the supreme Lingwu technique. In fact, at this level, Chunzong did not need the supreme Lingwu technique anymore. The power of the three great Tao was also superimposed. Level 5 AO Wu, Heavenly Wind Slash. The Dark Cyan Sword Force slashed down. The sword force was incomparably tyrannical, as if it could cut through and shatter everything. The sword light expanded to several feet in size and directly slashed the Yin Bai's fist, instantly shattering it. Although the power of any of the great Tao could not be compared to the Yin Bai's great Tao, the superposition of the three great Tao was extremely powerful. The Yin Bai did not use the AO Wu in that punch. After this, sword slashed the fist aura. It directly slashed towards the Yin Bai's huge body. The Yin Bai's other fist was thrown out. The fist aura roared like the roar of a ferocious beast, filled with shocking power. Power. Extremely violent power. Unparalleled power. Rampaging and crushing everything in its path. Chunzong exerted all his strength, even using the ninefold murderous secret technique. Every sword, regardless of whether it was the sword technique or the AO Wu, was accompanied by 4 sword shadows. The power was even more terrifying. At the beginning, the Yin Bai looked down on Chunzong because Chunzong's background was too low and he was also a human without any special talent. However, as the battle progressed, the Yin Bai stopped looking down on Chunzong and started to take him seriously. Very strong. This was a very strong opponent. If the Yin Bai did not take him seriously, he might be defeated and lose his place on the Sky General list. It was important to know that the Sky General list did not only represent a ranking, but also substantial benefits. Once one fell out of the Sky General list, those benefits would disappear. Hence, the Yin Bai could not lose. The Yin Bai's fists seemed to become heavier and his power seemed to become more tyrannical. Chunzong's tenacity was amazing. In this aspect, the Yin Bai could not compare to him. Although he was not as strong as the Yin Bai, he would not be defeated. Fight! As the Yin Bai continued to fight, Chunzong also managed to distribute his power reasonably. In the end, he used the Flying Swan Steps and the Lightning Sword to attack the Yin Bai. Level 6 AO Wu. The Yin Bai was shocked. The AO Wu was divided into 9 normal levels and 3 extreme levels. The power of a level 6 AO Wu was already very strong. The lightning sword of a high-level divine aspect realm cultivator was even faster and more powerful. The Yin Bai was hit by the sword directly. The following battle made the Yin Bai feel aggrieved. Although he was very strong, his opponent was too fast. He could not catch up and could only become a target for his opponent to attack. Chapter 2499. Human, I will take back my place on the Heavenly General list. The Yin Bai's face was livid, and he left in anger. Defeated, he fought fiercely with Chunzong. After Chunzong used the Flying Swan Steps and the Electric Light Sword, his speed was too fast. Even though he had unparalleled strength, he couldn't hit his opponent. That kind of frustration was enough to make him explode. Chunzong's speed was fast, and so was his sword. He couldn't avoid it at all. He could only rely on his strong body to block it. Although he wouldn't be defeated by one sword, each sword used the ninefold mixed killing technique. 4 sword shadows followed each other and hit the same spot, breaking his defense. The damage caused was accumulating, and he was defeated in the end. In fact, Chunzong didn't win easily. However, defeating the Yin Bai proved that Chunzong was qualified to be on the Heavenly General list. When Chunzong was ranked 999th on the Heavenly General list, everyone in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court knew about it, except for those who were in seclusion. Heavenly General List. In the third heaven, the war demon's eyes were shining. Chunzong's speed of improvement was too amazing. It was the same in the void. When you weren't paying attention, he would erupt with amazing potential and surpass many people, leaving them far behind. He had originally thought that he would be able to compete with Chunzong in the void. However, he had not expected that Chunzong would be like a dragon that had entered the deep sea from shallow water after leaving the void, after obtaining an unparalleled opportunity. And he was still accumulating strength. Yes, accumulating strength. The war demon was full of confidence. Given enough time, he could erupt with amazing potential. In fact, it took him longer to adapt to the universe than anyone else. Until now, he still hadn't fully adapted. Once he adapted, he would definitely erupt and become stronger. Holding the black crystal, the war demon began to absorb the power in it. The power in the black crystal could help him adapt to the universe faster and stimulate his potential. When Wu Daoyuan heard the news, he was also surprised and shocked. Then he smiled bitterly. The gap was too big. As expected of Brother Chun, Duan Linkong laughed. Chunzong, Yuan Chongshan's eyes flashed, but there was an indescribable pressure that almost suffocated him. Within the Dao Alliance, everyone was stunned when they heard that Chunzong had made it onto the heavenly general rankings. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was roaring with laughter and excitement. Chunzong's speed of growth was indeed beyond his expectations. It surprised him, but it was a good thing. When the other factions found out that Chunzong was on the Heaven General ranking, they were also very shocked. Especially when Primordial Lord Ao Wu found out. His face became gloomy. Back then, it was he who had taken a fancy to Chunzong at first sight. He thought that Chunzong, a human, was extraordinary since he was able to obtain a 5th grade evaluation in the ominous demon wasteland. He reckoned that Chunzong had extraordinary potential. With the idea of taking a gamble, he specially invited Chunzong to join the Primordial and became an official member of the Primordial. However, after that, Chunzong was challenged and defeated repeatedly, causing Ao Wu to be ridiculed by others in the Primordial. Once or twice was fine, but after so many times, he was furious and secretly regretted his actions that day. Hence, he made a decision. Banished Chunzong. After that, Chunzong was banished and removed from the Primordial. Not only that, all his resources were taken back, and he was treated harshly by Ao Wu. He almost lost the opportunity to cultivate in the world of refinement. In the end, Chunzong rose again. At that time, Ao Wu felt as if he had been slapped in the face. After that, Chunzong's stunning performance at the Disciple Meet was nominated by most of the supremacies in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. He was given a special reward and was promoted from the 5th to the 6th. Another slap. Now, it had only been a few years, and this human had given him another slap. Ao Wu's face was gloomy, and he was filled with regret. If he had held on a little longer and not made a decision so quickly, he would have been honored instead of being slapped in the face. If he hadn't treated Chunzong so harshly back then. Now, there were no ifs because there was no turning back. Moreover, Ao Wu wouldn't lower his head and admit his mistake to Chunzong. One had to know that he was from the origin race, a 4th realm origin race. In terms of strength, if he wanted to crush Chunzong, it would be a piece of cake. No matter how talented Chunzong was, he was only a 3rd realm. Even if he was invincible among the 3rd realm, he was still a 3rd realm. The gap between the 3rd realm and the 4th realm was huge. Since ancient times, many talented 3rd realm cultivators couldn't break through to the 4th realm. Even the top prodigies on the Heavenly General roll weren't guaranteed to break through to the 4th realm. Otherwise, the number of 4th realm cultivators in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court wouldn't be so much lower than the 3rd realm. Even if they could break through to the 4th realm, it would take a long time. With this thought in mind, the feeling of regret in Ao Wu's heart gradually disappeared. That's right. After the primitive emperor, the master of the Dao Alliance, heard the news, his face was full of smiles. He quickly conveyed his wishes. Chunzong will be given one of the spots for the small Dao repository. Little did he know that the primitive emperor's words gave many people in the Tao Alliance a headache. Many supremacies in the Tao Alliance gathered together and started to study it. The spots for the small Tao repository are almost confirmed, but we have to reconsider now. An old man with a bald head stroked his shiny, mirror-like head and was extremely distressed. The small Tao repository wasn't a resource that belonged to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It was an opportunity for the Tao Alliance. As one of the 9 major forces in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the Tao Alliance was at the bottom of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, in the entire Heaven continent, it was at the top level. Therefore, the Tao Alliance naturally had its own resources and so on. The small Tao repository was created by the ancestors of the Tao Alliance. It was a place to provide opportunities for the descendants of the Tao Alliance. The small Tao repository opened once every 100 years. Each time it opened, the time was uncertain. After it closed, it needed to slowly recover its strength and wait for the next opening. Moreover, only 10 people could enter each time it opened. The limit was below the 4th realm. The most suitable ones were 3rd realm cultivators. Of course, apart from the small Tao repository, the Tao Alliance also had a Tao repository that opened once every 1,000 years. It was suitable for 4th realm cultivators to enter each time. Only 5 spots could enter each time. Within the Tao Alliance, there were quite a number of 3rd realm Tao disciples. 10 of them would naturally be the most outstanding 10. Originally, the 10 spots were basically confirmed. All that was left was the final confirmation and announcement. However, now that the primitive emperor had given the order, the supremacies of the Tao Alliance had to reconsider. Of the 10 spots that were almost confirmed, they had to remove one of them and replace Chunzong. Since the 10 slots were about to be chosen, they must have gone through many rounds of selection. Every single one of them was extraordinary among the heaven-rank Tao disciples of the Tao Alliance. They were the best in all aspects. No matter who it was, it would not be easy to replace them. Headache. The supremacies were all having a headache together. Guru's spot can't be changed. Yi Daoling's spot can't be changed. Tang Yushuan's spot can't be changed either. Wang Zhan's spot can't be changed either. Choose between Qin Suqing and Zhao Guangyuan. In the end, after some discussion, the supremacies chose the irreplaceable spots according to the order of importance. In the end, they left 2 spots that might be replaceable and chose one of them. The difficulty of choosing one of the 2 seemed to be reduced a lot because the importance of these 2 people in the order was not as important as the other 8. Then choose Zhao Guangyuan. No matter what, since the primitive emperor had spoken, one of the spots must be given to Chunzong. Otherwise, they couldn't answer to the primitive emperor. Therefore, although it wasn't easy to choose, in the end, there was nothing to hesitate about. No matter how hesitant they had to choose one of the spots to replace Chunzong. Zhao Guangyuan. It was decided then. Zhao Guangyuan, if he hasn't broken through to the 4th realm when the small Tao repository opens next time, then give him a spot as compensation. Since that's the case, let's spread the news. Yes, although there's still half a year before the small Tao repository opens, let them know in advance and be prepared. In addition, it was also to prevent unnecessary variables from happening again. If the news of the selection of the spots was spread, even the primitive emperor, as the leader of the Tao Alliance, couldn't easily change it. Chunzong didn't know that because of the primitive emperor's words, he had obtained a very good opportunity. It was also because of the primitive emperor's words that Zhao Guangyuan, who should have obtained the opportunity of the small Tao repository, unknowingly lost this opportunity. Although it was said that he would definitely obtain a spot in the next opening of the small Tao repository as compensation. However, there was a big difference between 100 years earlier and 100 years later. If he broke through to the 4th realm within 100 years, he would completely lose the opportunity to enter the small Tao repository. Moreover, it was impossible to directly give him the opportunity to enter the small Tao repository. The competition for the small Tao repository would be even greater. In addition, if he didn't break through to the 4th realm within 100 years, he would still be in the 3rd realm. However, because he entered the small Tao repository one step later and obtained the opportunity one step later, the gap between him and his peers would be widened. In the Heartsword Palace of the sixth heaven of the nine heavens imperial court, Chunzong, who hadn't started his closed-door cultivation, received the news. The small Dao repository. Chunzong was slightly startled. He wasn't very clear about this, and hurriedly sent a message to Lin Ming to ask for advice. After receiving Lin Ming's reply, Chunzong was startled and revealed a face full of joy. He didn't expect to obtain another opportunity. One had to know that after defeating the Yan Bai and entering the Heavenly General List, Chunzong had received some rewards, which included pills and Cosmos God Crystals. Other than that, he had also received a year's worth of cultivation time in the 9 great divine palaces. This wasn't a one-time thing, but an extra year every 100 years. It didn't sound like much, but it was actually not bad. After all, he had gotten it for free. Moreover, the higher his ranking, the more rewards he would receive. It was said that entering the 9 great sacred palaces for the top 10 of the Heavenly General ranking to cultivate was as simple as eating and drinking. Especially the top 3. They could practically treat the 9 great sacred palaces as their own home. Just thinking about it was shocking. In this way, the strong would become stronger and the weak would become weaker. Although he did not know why he had been allocated such a precious and rare spot in the small Dao repository, since the spot had been allocated to him, Chunzong would naturally grab hold of such an opportunity and would absolutely not let it go. There's still half a year. In this half a year, I have to improve even more, Chunzong thought to himself. Chapter 2500. There were 999 people on the Heavenly General List. Most of them were from the Origin Tribe, and a few of them were from the 4 First Order Void clans. Then, there were the clans from the Second Order Void clans, and finally, the clans from the Third Order Void clans. After countless years, no matter how weak the third-rank Void life forms were, there would always be some with decent talent born. Through their own efforts, in addition to the acquired opportunities and so on, they would eventually have extraordinary strength and could be ranked on the Heaven General Leaderboard, surpassing most people. Some of these people came from various voids, and some were the descendants of those who were born in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. They were born in the universe and were naturally compatible with the environment of the universe. They didn't need time to adapt. Correspondingly, it was easier for geniuses to be born. The outstanding ones would naturally be accepted as disciples by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, while those who couldn't enter the 9 Heavens Imperial Court would join other sects and forces in the Heaven Continent. Of course, there were also geniuses from the human clan on the Heavenly General List. Most of them were the descendants of those who came from the void and were born in the environment of the universe. Although it was difficult for them to be born with unique talents, overall, they were still better than those who came from the void. In the Lindao Palace on the Lindao Peak of the sixth heaven, Yi Daolin, who was dressed in a green robe and had long hair, was brewing tea. The aroma of the tea was strong and light at the same time. The aroma seemed to turn into wisps of green smoke. All the experts on the Heavenly General List lived in at least the sixth heaven. Even if they didn't, as long as they were listed on the Heavenly General List, they would definitely be promoted to the sixth heaven. Even if they were defeated and lost their place on the Heavenly General List, they could still live in the sixth heaven. Because as long as they could enter the Heavenly General List once, it proved that they were strong enough. However, they couldn't cheat in any way. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court's inspection was very strict. Under the inspection of the Venerables, they could tell at a glance whether they had gone easy on them or not. In the Lindao Palace, besides the host, Yi Daolin, there were 2 other people. One of them had her long hair tied up, and there was a faint purple halo at the tip of her hair. She was dressed in an exquisite purple robe, which perfectly set off her figure. She had a noble and mysterious aura. She was Tang Yuxuan. The third person was a tall man with a rough face. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. There was a scar on his face, which made his rough face even more ferocious. He was Wang Zhan. The 3 of us have all obtained spots for the small Taoist scripture. Congratulations. Wang Zhan laughed heartily. He picked up a bowl of rich tea and gulped it down like a cow chewing on a peony. The corners of Yi Daolin's eyes twitched. This tea wasn't easy to obtain, and he didn't have much left. However, he was familiar with Wang Zhan's character, so he didn't say anything. Even if he said anything, it would be useless. At most, he wouldn't use such good tea leaves next time when Wang Zhan was here. He would just use the inferior tea leaves. Anyway, the quality of the tea leaves didn't make any difference to Wang Zhan. It was just like drinking water. The three of us and Gu Rui, that Tang Yuxuan's tone was gentle and soft, with a bit of coldness. When she said the name Gu Rui, she paused slightly and didn't say the following adjectives. In addition, most of the places were expected, but Zhao Guangyuan was not there, which surprised me. That's true. Although Zhao Guangyuan's strength isn't as good as yours and mine, he's definitely in the top 10 of our Dao Alliance's heaven-ranked Dao disciples. I didn't expect him to not have a spot in the small Daoist scripture this time. I really don't understand. Yi Daolin frowned and pondered as he brewed the tea. In the Dao Alliance, there were a few prodigies on the heavenly general ranking. There were exactly 10 of them. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, the small Daoist scripture spots were almost certain. But in the end, when they found out about the small Daoist scripture spots, they were surprised. However, there was one unexpected spot, and that was Zhao Guangyuan. The Dao Alliance's 10 heaven-ranked Dao disciples on the heavenly general ranking. Zhao Guangyuan's ranking was the lowest. Of course, a third realm deacon wasn't qualified to enter the small Daoist scripture. However, if a deacon could be listed on the heavenly general ranking, he would be converted to a heaven-ranked disciple and receive better training. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guangyuan's name wasn't among the 10 spots. Instead, it was replaced by a relatively unfamiliar name, Chunzong. Zhao Guangyuan's temper isn't very good. After hearing the news, he'll definitely explode. Wang Zhan laughed, as if he was taking pleasure in Zhao Guangyuan's misfortune. Of course, he wasn't the type to wish for the world to be in chaos. However, he deeply understood that as a member of the Dao Alliance, the most important thing was unity. Under unity, they could compete at will. Defeating or being defeated was a very normal thing. Normally, there wouldn't be any unresolvable grudges because of this. In fact, Zhao Guangyuan didn't know about the news because he was in seclusion, trying his best to improve. In addition, he didn't come out of seclusion because he hadn't received the news. He also didn't know what was going on. When Zhao Guangyuan came out of seclusion, there were only 10 days left until the small Daoist scripture's opening. In 10 days, the small Daoist scripture will open. Zhao Guangyuan walked out of the seclusion room and thought to himself. He was faintly excited, but then he was puzzled. The small Daoist scripture is about to open. Why hasn't the list been announced? He still didn't know that the list had been announced nearly half a year ago. It was because he didn't get a spot that he wasn't notified. Zhao Guangyuan didn't know about this, so of course he had to ask. After he asked and received a reply, his face suddenly changed. His face flushed red, and his eyes emitted an extremely sharp, cold light. His tyrannical aura shook unceasingly, and a shocking heat spread out. It was faintly suffused with strands of scarlet red. The scorching heat seemed to want to burn everything in the surroundings. Anger. Zhao Guangyuan was furious to the extreme. He was like a volcano with boiling magma, about to erupt. The list should belong to me, Zhao Guangyuan said in a low voice, his voice containing shocking anger. Chunzong. Previously, Zhao Guangyuan had been in seclusion training. Therefore, he didn't know that Chunzong had defeated Dianbai and was ranked 999th on the Heavenly General's ranking. Although he was furious, Zhao Guangyuan didn't lose his mind. Instead, he wanted to understand first. He actually had some recollection of the name Chunzong. That recollection came from the Earth-level disciple meet held in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court a few decades ago. Chunzong ranked 9th, which was even higher than the ranking obtained by that human prodigy 10,000 years ago. However, prodigies also needed time to grow. At that time, Chunzong was only at the second realm. Even if he broke through to the third realm, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything in a short period of time. Unexpectedly, less than 100 years after the Earth-level disciple meet, Chunzong was ranked on the Heavenly General's ranking. Even though he was ranked last, it was still very shocking. This was originally something to be happy about, but Zhao Guangyuan couldn't bring himself to be happy. This was because the list of the small Taoist repository that should have belonged to him had landed on Chunzong's head. As a heaven-level disciple, and a heaven-level disciple on the Heavenly General's ranking, Zhao Guangyuan's status in the Tao Alliance wasn't low. He could even be compared to those Fourth Realm Guardians. Therefore, Zhao Guangyuan directly found a supremacy of the Tao Alliance and asked directly. This supremacy of the Tao Alliance was someone who thought highly of Zhao Guangyuan. He didn't hide anything from Zhao Guangyuan's inquiry. In a few words, he explained the matter clearly and also comforted Zhao Guangyuan. Don't worry. The next time the small Taoist repository opens, there will be a 100% quota for you. If you have broken through to the Fourth Realm by then the small Taoist repository's quota will be given to you first. Zhao Guangyuan knew that there was no turning back. This was because the primitive emperor had spoken. As for the rest, it could be considered as compensation or consolation for him. However, Zhao Guangyuan wasn't in a good mood. The anger in his heart couldn't be calmed down. That anger was rising wave after wave. Supremacy, I want to challenge Chunzong, Zhao Guangyuan said. Sure. However, even if you defeat him, you won't be able to take back the quota. This supremacy was very direct. I just want to vent my anger. Zhao Guangyuan snorted. Up to you. The supremacy smiled. A dispute between the younger generation was nothing. It couldn't be more normal. On the contrary, if they didn't fight, then they would lose their sharp fighting spirit. That wasn't a good thing. Moreover, Chunzong was outstanding. Zhao Guangyuan wasn't inferior either. After leaving, Zhao Guangyuan rushed directly to the Heartsword Peak and appeared in front of the Heartsword Palace. Chunzong, I'm Zhao Guangyuan. Come out and fight. In his anger, Zhao Guangyuan didn't care about manners. He shouted directly. His momentum was shocking, like a volcanic eruption. The time of the small Taoist repository's opening was approaching. Coincidentally, Chunzong's cultivation this time was about to end. When he heard Zhao Guangyuan shout, Chunzong walked out of the Heartsword Palace. Zhao Guangyuan's face was filled with anger. A terrifying aura surged around him, as if it was going to turn into flames and burn everything to ashes. It was extremely terrifying. Chunzong could clearly feel that within 10 meters of Zhao Guangyuan, there was an astonishing, blazing aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. He was instantly shocked. Chunzong also knew the name of his opponent. Zhao Guangyuan was the Tao Alliance's human genius ranked 950th on the Heavenly General ranking. With a thought, Chunzong seemed to have grasped the reason why Zhao Guangyuan came looking for him in anger. 950th, huh? Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly, faintly shining. If you want to fight, then let's fight. There was no need to reject. Half a year ago, he defeated Dian Bai. In this half a year, Chunzong felt that his strength had increased a lot. His ranking on the Heavenly General ranking should be able to rise further. He was planning to test his current strength and challenge an expert on the Heavenly General ranking. He didn't expect Zhao Guangyuan to come knocking on his door. 950th. It wasn't far from the ranking he wanted to challenge. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. Winning or losing was normal. Since he accepted the challenge, Chunzong naturally wouldn't delay. He quickly left the Heartsword Peak with Zhao Guangyuan and headed to the Death Arena. If he wanted to fight to his heart's content, the Death Arena was undoubtedly the most suitable place. He didn't need to hold back. If he was worried about killing his opponent, he could give it his all. Chapter 2501. Zhao Guangyuan is furious. Quick, let's go take a look. After notifying Yi Daolin and the others, Wang Zhan hurriedly set off for the Heartsword Peak. They more or less understood Zhao Guangyuan's temperament. They knew that he would personally go to the Heartsword Peak when he was angry. However, when they arrived at Heartsword Peak and found Jiao Yi informed them that Chunzong had already gone to the Death Arena with Zhao Guangyuan. So fast. He's very decisive. Yi Daolin and the others were secretly surprised. They thought that Qinzong would not agree so quickly in the face of the angry Zhao Guangyuan. They did not expect that he would not delay at all and directly go to the death arena. Let's go. They immediately set off for the death arena. They might not be able to enter the death arena, but no matter what, they had to go there in person to be at ease. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the death arena, Wang Zhan gave it a try and actually went in. Yi Daolin and Tang Yuxuan were slightly stunned. They also gave it a try and went in. As soon as they entered, they felt a blazing heat in their faces, like bursts of hot wind sweeping in all directions. It was amazing, as if it could evaporate all the water in the air. A terrifying force overflowed, accompanied by bursts of violent and sharp roars. Battle. The battle in the death arena was very fierce. The two parties fighting were Qinzong and Zhao Guangyuan. As soon as the two of them came to the death arena, Qinzong wanted to find an expert to test his progress, while Zhao Guangyuan was burning with anger. The two of them were not familiar with each other, and with various factors combined, of course, they would not be polite. Zhao Guangyuan, in particular, attacked directly in anger. Zhao Guangyuan's weapon was a long spear, a fiery red long spear. It was not transformed from the general level 9 Heaven's Blade, but he had obtained it by chance outside. It was stronger than the long spear transformed from the general level 9 Heaven's Blade, and could increase the attack power by 30%. The spear, with the power of raging fire, blasted out mercilessly. In the death battle arena, there was no need to deliberately hold back. One could use all of one's strength to their heart's content. Even if one killed one's opponent, one would not truly die. Of course, if Qinzong was killed by a spear, it would only mean that Qinzong's strength was too weak. It would be tantamount to giving Yuan Emperor a slap in the face. After all, that was the primitive emperor, the leader of the Tao Alliance, one of the supremacies of the 8th heaven in the 9 heavens imperial court. Of course, given the primitive emperor's breadth of mind, he would only chuckle even if he knew about this. It was precisely because of this that the Tao Alliance supremacy who thought highly of Zhao Guangyuan didn't oppose Zhao Guangyuan's actions. Although Zhao Guangyuan was angry and had his own temper, he wasn't a fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. His purpose of challenging Qinzong was to teach Qinzong a lesson and vent his anger. There was no killing intent. Zhao Guangyuan attacked without holding back, which was exactly what Qinzong wanted. His figure flickered, and his sword pierced through the air. The dark green sword qi was like a gust of strong wind, and also like a crescent moon slashing across the sky. Zhao Guangyuan was ranked 950th on the Heaven General list, while Qinzong was ranked 999th previously. In theory, Qinzong was weaker than Zhao Guangyuan, but that wasn't necessarily the case. Because Zhao Guangyuan was improving, Qinzong was also improving. Especially in the past 6 months, Qinzong felt that he had improved a lot, and his strength was much stronger than before. It seemed that it was because he defeated a Yin and was ranked top 100 on the Heaven General list. 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears. The spears pierced through the air, rolling up monstrous flames and burning. They were full of amazing power and constantly brought great pressure to Qinzong. Qinzong wasn't afraid at all. His sword light was like a gust of strong wind, and he constantly slashed out. He displayed superb swordsmanship and fully displayed the profundity of swordsmanship. Zhao Guangyuan's primordial spirit dharma power was 60 feet tall. It wasn't his appearance, but a flaming figure. It burned continuously and emitted an amazing power. 9 flaming Tao patterns condensed, making Zhao Guangyuan's aura even more terrifying. Qinzong's primordial spirit dharma power was 15 feet tall, like an enlarged version of himself. It held a long sword in its hand. As Qinzong continuously displayed superb swordsmanship, the power of each strike was amazing with the support of 8 Sword Tao Divine patterns and 5 Heart Tao Divine patterns. The power of 9 Flaming Tao Divine patterns couldn't compare to the power of 8 Sword Tao Divine patterns and 5 Heart Tao Divine patterns, but Zhao Guangyuan's primordial spirit dharma power was bigger and stronger. In addition, Zhao Guangyuan seemed to have other powers. The power of each strike was even more terrifying. Yi Daolin and the other two entered and saw the intense battle between Chen Zong and Zhao Guangyuan. They were secretly surprised. Chen Zong's basic strength isn't weak. He's really good to be able to fight so fiercely with Zhao Guangyuan. Even so, Zhao Guangyuan hasn't displayed his AO Wu yet. AO Wu was the display of a person's true strength, because it was a combination of all one's skills and strength. With a boom, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Monstrous flames shot up into the sky. The 60 feet tall primordial spirit Dharma power suddenly expanded and burned fiercely. AO Wu. Zhao Guangyuan displayed his AO Wu, the powerful flame AO Wu. The spear pierced through the air and suddenly turned into a roaring fire beast. It was like a galloping horse, bursting with the shocking aura of a magnificent army. It exploded with shocking speed and charged directly at Qinzong. Wherever it passed, the ground burned, forming a path of fire. Blazing heat rushed toward Qinzong's face, accompanied by the sound of horses neighing. Level 5 AO Wu. Fierce Horse Flame Stampede. Qinzong didn't dodge. He deliberately wanted to test the power of Zhao Guangyuan's AO Wu. He raised a sword and slashed down with lightning speed. The dark green sword aura was extremely domineering. It slashed down as if it could cut through the sky. It stretched into a crescent arc and tore through everything. Divine Wind Slash. Qinzong had continuously upgraded this sword to the top level 5 AO Wu. Its power was even more domineering. The flame horse rushed toward Qinzong, but it was immediately destroyed by the sword. The moment it exploded, countless flames rushed out. Some of them rushed toward Qinzong and directly engulfed Qinzong's body. However, Qinzong had already exploded with shocking speed to dodge. He became one with his sword and turned into a dark green color. Like an aurora lightning, he tore through the sky in an instant. He crossed 100 meters and charged toward Zhao Guangyuan. Level 5 AO Wu, Wind Blast. Qinzong's extreme wind had evolved it into Extreme Wind Break. Wind Blast was originally a move that focused on speed and sharpness. However, Qinzong had the lightning sword, so his speed was even faster. Therefore, Qinzong focused on sharpness and mastered the true meaning of sharpness. He upgraded the Wind Blast to level 5 AO Wu, and its power was even more domineering. In the face of Qinzong's sword, Zhao Guangyuan's expression turned slightly serious. He also reacted in an instant. His long spear suddenly trembled and once again pierced through the air. Raging flames followed and burned in all directions. Suddenly, an incomparably sharp sound rang out. It was extremely high-pitched, like a flaming bird flying in the air. Its sharp beak fiercely pecked at the tip of the spear. Its power was even more shocking, as if it could destroy everything. An extremely domineering aura also erupted in an instant. It was even more ferocious and powerful than the previous move. Level 6 AO Wu, Flaming Bird Soaring Flame Attack. The body refining godly form and Qi refining godly form erupted. Qinzong slashed out with his sword again. Divine Wind Blast. The power of this sword was even more domineering. It was as if there was nothing in the world that couldn't be cut through. The flaming bird was defeated and the divine wind was shattered. The shocking Qi spread out in all directions. The power of the aftershock had reached the level of a level 3 AO Wu. If a weaker, godly transformation realm expert was hit by it, they would be injured immediately. Zhao Guangyuan was secretly surprised. He actually managed to block his level 6 AO Wu's attack head-on. He was indeed extraordinary. Qinzong took a step forward and used the flying swan steps to get closer to Zhao Guangyuan. He once again displayed his superb sword arts. Close combat was what Qinzong was good at. In close combat, Qinzong displayed the profoundness of the 99 sword arts to the fullest. He used all kinds of methods at his fingertips. The accumulation of countless life and death battles was also very useful. Another important point was the Heart Sutra. Even if he didn't activate the Heart Sutra, just the Heart Sutra, Chunzong's thinking speed was extremely shocking. He observed from all directions, as if he could control everything. Learning, thinking, comprehending, and so on were all done in the battle. This was the ingenious use of the Heart Sutra. At this moment, not only did Zhao Guangyuan's expression change, even Yi Daolin and the other two who were watching the battle were shocked. What superb sword arts! Terrifying. His sword arts have actually reached such a level. Yi Daolin was shocked and felt his hands itching. Because he was also a sword cultivator, he only felt that the sword arts that Chunzong displayed were not inferior to his own. Yi Daolin could not help but grab the hilt of his sword. He pulled the sword an inch away, and a cold light flickered. As the sword trembled, it was as if there was sword chi spreading out. Threads of sharpness surrounded the sword. Sensing the sword chi that Yi Daolin leaked out, Tang Yuxuan and Wang Zhan were shocked. One had to know that Yi Daolin was an expert second only to Gu Ruwei among the heaven-ranked Dao disciples of the Dao Alliance. His sword arts were superb, and his strength was terrifying. Moreover, on the heavenly general ranking, Yi Daolin's ranking was far higher than Zhao Guangyuan's. He was directly ranked in the 100th place and could be considered to be in the upper level of the heavenly general ranking. He was better than many origin race geniuses. With such a ranking, Yi Daolin's strength was destined to be much higher than Zhao Guangyuan's. He could easily defeat Zhao Guangyuan, and Chunzong was only evenly matched with Zhao Guangyuan. Why did Yi Daolin have such a fighting spirit? Immediately, Tang Yuxuan, who was more quick-witted, looked at the sword hilt that Yi Daolin let go and thought of the reason. She smiled slightly. As for Wang Zhan, he frowned and thought hard. He was very puzzled. Tang Yuxuan didn't intend to explain anything to Wang Zhan. After Yi Daolin let go of the sword hilt, he calmed down in a breath. Now, it was a battle between Chunzong and Zhao Guangyuan. As for finding the other to spar with sword arts, that was a matter for later. Under Chunzong's close combat, Zhao Guangyuan was suppressed. His spear arts were strong, but overall, he was still inferior to Chunzong. Explode. Since he was inferior to Chunzong in close combat, he would explode and suppress him with AO Wu. Chapter 2502. It's New Year's Eve. I wish everyone a Happy New Year. The Sixth Dao is still working so hard. Brothers, please give us some monthly votes to cheer us on. Aggrieved. Zhao Guangyuan felt very aggrieved. He was ranked higher than Chunzong on the Divine General list, but now he was being suppressed. His spear technique was not as good as his opponent's swordsmanship. No, it should be said that he could still fight in the beginning. However, his opponent's swordsmanship seemed to be able to counter his spear techniques. Every time he was caught off guard, he had to change his moves continuously. However, it was difficult for him to threaten his opponent. On the contrary, he was constantly forced into a difficult situation. Erupt. Under the complete eruption, the celestial form of flame shook and turned into a torrent that swept in all directions. It was like a volcano erupting with monstrous power. Chunzong could not withstand the terrifying power of the impact head-on. He could only wave his sword to defend himself while retreating. Increasing the distance between them was what Zhao Guangyuan wanted. Explode. The torrent of flame erupted for the second time and swept out, filling the surroundings. It circled rapidly within a radius of 100 meters and was extremely violent. It directly surrounded Chunzong and kept shrinking. In this round of seclusion, I've mastered this move. Just nice. I'll use you to test its might. Zhao Guangyuan stood in the middle of the raging torrent of flames. With a jerk of his spear, he pointed it at Chunzong. Boom! As Zhao Guangyuan pointed his spear, the torrent of flame that was slowly shrinking suddenly became violent. It was as if a sea of fire was boiling. The flames burned wildly and the temperature kept rising. The air in the death arena was burned into a vacuum and the void became distorted. Zhao Guangyuan has really mastered that move. Wang Zhan's eyes widened and he was shocked. It should be. Tang Yuxuan looked dignified. Yi Daolin's eyes were shining. This move is called the Fiery Dragon Dazzling Flame Kill. Zhao Guangyuan's voice was filled with a shocking amount of anger. As soon as he finished speaking, The long spear spun and slashed towards Chunzong. In an instant, the swirling torrent of flames rapidly gathered towards the center and shot up into the sky. Retreat. Under the strong sense of crisis, Chunzong immediately burst out with all his speed and performed the whirlwind mystic technique to retreat quickly. Just as Chunzong retreated, there seemed to be a high-pitched roar that was full of dominance and violence. The torrent of flames that covered 100 meters quickly gathered at the center and shot up to a height of 100 meters. It seemed to be constantly spewing out shocking flames. The flames continued to condense, and huge flame flood dragons had appeared. It seemed to have rushed out of the flames and spiraled in the air. It brought with it a monstrous heat and directly swooped down towards Chunzong. Seventh Order. Yi Daolin's eyes narrowed. If a cultivator at the peak of the divine phase realm mastered a 6th Order AO Wu, they might have a chance to enter the heavenly general ranking. If they mastered a 7th Order AO Wu, they would be even more extraordinary. They would definitely be able to enter the heavenly general ranking. They might even be able to enter the top 900. In the current heavenly general ranking, those outside the top 900 had mastered at least one 6th Order AO Wu. Some even had more than one. In the top 900, they had mastered at least one 7th Order AO Wu. AO Wu was divided into 9 stages under normal circumstances. Every 3 stages was a level. The difference between the 3rd stage and the 4th stage was huge. The difference between the 6th stage and the 7th stage was also huge. Zhao Guangyuan had only mastered a 6th Order AO Wu before. Who would have thought that after this seclusion, he would master a 7th Order AO Wu? The power of a 7th Order AO Wu was very terrifying. Facing the flaming dragon's attack, Chunzong's expression turned solemn. He was unable to dodge. The flaming dragon seemed to have its own domain. It enveloped the surroundings and pressed down on him, making it impossible for him to dodge. Behind the flaming dragon, there was an illusory figure. It was the supreme 9-stage chaotic slaughter. Of course, it was impossible for Zhao Guangyuan to have only mastered one stage of the 9-stage chaotic slaughter. It was definitely higher. However, the 7th Order AO Wu was too powerful. This move wasn't an ordinary 7th Order AO Wu. It wasn't easy to use the 9-stage chaotic slaughter to strengthen the follow-up attack. It required time. However, because the small Dao scripture was about to open, Zhao Guangyuan didn't have enough time. Otherwise, he would have definitely cultivated the 9-stage chaotic slaughter to the point where he could fully apply it to this 7th Order AO Wu before coming out. The power of this attack had been increased to the extreme. However, Chunzong couldn't dodge its aura. This was clearly a 7th Order AO Wu under the Dao domain. The Dao domain's power was stronger, and the pressure was more intense. The Dao domain in the universe was different from the Dao domain in the void. In other words, the usage was different. In the void, the Dao domain was released, covering the surroundings and suppressing everything. However, in the universe, the Dao domain was retracted. The power was concentrated, and the power was condensed. It was integrated into the move, and it could display amazing profundities. Moreover, not all moves could be integrated into the Dao domain. Generally, the AO Wu that could be integrated into the Dao domain were the stronger AO Wu of the same rank. They could be said to be invincible. Erupt. Chunzong mobilized all his power and erupted. Divine Wind Slash. The Divine Wind Slash was only a 5th Order AO Wu. In terms of rank, it was inferior to the 6th Order AO Wu. However, the 6th Order AO Wu's strength lay in its speed and not its offensive power. In terms of offensive power, the Divine Wind Slash was stronger. In a head-on collision that couldn't be avoided, the Divine Wind Slash was naturally the most suitable. When the dark green sword energy slashed out, 5 sword shadows followed. It was the 9th-stage mixed killing technique. Clash. In just an instant, the dark blue sword aura was shattered, and the extremely blazing flames bombarded him, making Chunzong feel as if he was being roasted. The sword aura was shattered, but it also burst out with astonishing power, cutting the flame dragon apart. However, there was still a flame dragon shadow. Chunzong's sword light was shattered, and his body was hit directly. First, 20% of its power was weakened by the Nine Heavens General Robe, and then it was blocked by the power of the Nine Mysterious Body Protection Technique. However, the power of the Nine Mysterious Body Protection Technique was broken through layer by layer. Chunzong had only cultivated the Nine Mysterious Body Protection Technique to the 4th level. Therefore, the protective power he formed was only 4 layers. As the layers were broken one by one, the power of the Flaming Serpent's shadow was weakened little by little. The 4 layers of the Nine Mysterious Body Protection Technique's power were broken. The terrifying power directly bombarded Chunzong's refining godly form. Flying back, under this attack, the refining godly form kept retreating. Chunzong gathered all his strength to resist, and the power of the refining godly form also burst out to resist. Blazing. The blazing heat madly rushed into Chunzong's body, as if it was going to burn him to ashes. Chunzong gritted his teeth. Under the blazing heat, he felt like he was going to be melted. However, he still resisted. He resisted with his powerful, refining, godly form. When the flames dissipated, Chunzong was standing in the middle of the endless smoke and fire. He was panting heavily. His sword was still tightly held in his hand. Sword chi revolved around it. It was extremely shocking. When the smoke and fire dissipated, Chunzong's body was revealed. His face was a little burnt, and his mouth was bleeding. One of his eyes was squinting as if it was injured. However, the other eye was extremely bright, like a sword that could pierce through everything. The kind of sharpness pierced through the sky, and Zhao Guangyuan was secretly shocked. Zhao Guangyuan was also very shocked that his all-out attack didn't kill Chunzong. He felt it was very unbelievable. 7th stage AO Wu. The Fierce Flood Dragon Dazzling Flame Kill was a 7th stage AO Wu, and it was one of the strongest AO Wu's realms. He had spent a lot of time to cultivate it to the small success realm, and with the help of the 1st stage of the ninefold mixed kill, its power was even more powerful. Even so, he still couldn't kill his opponent. Not to mention killing him, he couldn't even defeat him. Although his opponent looked a little embarrassed and his aura was much weaker, he still had the strength to fight. In an instant, Chunzong took a step forward and used the Flying Swan Steps again. The 7th stage AO Wu's Flying Swan Steps was a short-distance burst of speed, and it was much faster than the secret technique Whirlwind Spin. It allowed Chunzong's speed to reach the extreme in an instant, and there was an indescribable kind of nimbleness. In an instant, the green sword light shone. The green light seemed very faint, but also very intense. There was an illusory feeling, and it seemed to be blurred at first glance. The wind was blowing, gently blowing. It was as if someone was whispering in the wind, talking about something. Hymn of the Wind. This sword was the 7th stage AO Wu that was upgraded from the Hymn of the Wind, and it was an attack of divine intent. Although Zhao Guangyuan was very strong, in terms of divine intent, he was not as good as Chunzong. As the sword arrived, Zhao Guangyuan's eyes changed, and it alternated between blurriness and clarity. Although it was only for a moment, Zhao Guangyuan's reaction was a bit slower. Chunzong's sword arrived and stabbed directly into Zhao Guangyuan's body. However, Zhao Guangyuan had also cultivated the 9 Mystic Body Protection Technique to the 5th layer. Although Chunzong's sword hit him, it only broke through 3 layers of the 9 Mystic Body Protection Technique before it was blocked by Zhao Guangyuan. Boom! Zhao Guangyuan's crimson long spear struck again. Fight! It was an evenly matched battle. In terms of absolute strength, Zhao Guangyuan was indeed stronger than Chunzong. Although he had only comprehended the great Tao of fire, he had had many fortuitous encounters, so his strength was very strong. However, Chunzong's tenacity and skill were even higher than Zhao Guangyuan's. Coupled with the fact that he had the deity's will, it was impossible for Zhao Guangyuan to defeat Chunzong. Gentlemen, instead of continuing to fight, why don't the two of you sit down and enjoy a cup of tea? Yi Daolin suddenly said with a smile. In fact, Zhao Guangyuan already did not want to continue fighting with Chenzong. He was angry because he lost the spot that should have been his, and it was taken by Chenzong. Therefore, he went looking for Chenzong to teach him a lesson. In the end, he found that Chenzong's strength was not inferior to his. It was not a big deal that Chenzong was not inferior to him. But the problem was that Chenzong had entered the divine image realm more than 100 years later than him, and his cultivation was only at the high level of the divine image realm, not the peak of the divine image realm. Under such circumstances, Chenzong was actually able to fight with him to this extent. This meant that Chenzong's talent far surpassed his own. No matter how unwilling he was, Zhao Guangyuan understood that Chenzong's future achievements were very likely to be above his own. Since that was the case, if he continued to fight, it would definitely not be good for him if he really became angry and turned into an enemy. However, he was the one who challenged Chenzong in anger. If he took the initiative to end it, it would be too embarrassing. Yi Daolin's words were like a way out. Chapter 25:03. On the occasion of the Spring Festival, the Dominator of 6 Realms sincerely wishes everyone a happy new year and good health. After the battle with Zhao Guangyuan, Chenzong knew how strong he was. Since Yi Daolin had spoken, he had to show some respect. After all, they were not enemies. They were all talents of the Taoist Alliance, and they were all humans by blood. In that case, there was no need to fight to the point where they would become enemies. Therefore, Chenzong showed respect to Yi Daolin and Zhao Guangyuan. He took the initiative to stop the battle. Zhao Guangyuan seemed to have been given a way out. Of course, he would not insist on continuing the battle. "You're quite strong," Zhao Guangyuan said, which was rare for him. "I'm still not as good as you." Chenzong smiled. He was not belittling himself. If he continued the battle, there was a high possibility that he would be defeated in the end. After all, there was still a gap between his cultivation and Zhao Guangyuan's understanding of the Great Way. There was also a gap in Ao Wu. Under Yi Daolin's invitation, everyone left the deathmatch ring and went to the Daolin Palace at the Daolin Peak to taste the tea made by Yi Daolin. Chenzong liked wine, but he was not interested in tea. However, he had to admit that Yi Daolin was very good at making tea. His every move was natural and contained a kind of charm of Dao. This made Chenzong secretly surprised. Yi Daolin seemed to have turned tea making into a way to understand Dao. This seemed to give Chenzong some inspiration. Another thing worth mentioning was that the tea looked, smelled, and tasted good. When the tea entered his mouth, Chenzong felt refreshed and clear-headed. Waves of warmth spread all over his body. "Good tea," Chenzong said with a smile. "Daolin's tea is a masterpiece," Zhao Guangyuan said with a smile. He raised his cup to Chenzong with tea instead of wine. Not long ago, Zhao Guangyuan had challenged Chenzong to a fight in anger. But now, he was getting along well with Zhao Guangyuan. Chenzong certainly wouldn't refuse Zhao Guangyuan's kindness. At the same time, he also admired Zhao Guangyuan a little. It was enough to show that Zhao Guangyuan was not narrow-minded. Of course, it was also possible that Zhao Guangyuan was too shrewd and scheming, and he was deliberately lulling Chenzong. However, this possibility was very low. At least, Chenzong didn't feel any malice. No matter how he looked at it, Zhao Guangyuan didn't seem like a shrewd and scheming person. If that was really the case, then he could only admire Yi Shiwen even more. After all, Yi Shiwen's scheming was so deep that he couldn't sense it at all. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. The minor Dao repository was about to be opened, but it hadn't been opened yet. The 5 of them were all geniuses of the Dao Alliance, so it wasn't impossible for them to become friends. After interacting with Yi Daolin for a while, Yi Daolin's temperament was gentle. His every action and every word had a natural feeling. When interacting with him, people would feel comfortable. Tang Yuxuan, on the other hand, was a clever person. She gave people the impression that she was considerate and easy to get along with. As for Wang Zhan, Chenzong felt that he was a careless person. His thoughts were more straightforward and simple, and the way to deal with problems when he encountered them was to just push through them. Zhao Guanyuan, on the other hand, was either extremely shrewd to the point that no one could see through him, or he was a genuine person. His emotions were easily revealed and could be seen by others. All in all, Chenzong felt that the four of them were not bad. He could get to know them and become friends. As for whether he could really get to know them, that was hard to say. People's hearts were unpredictable. In the face of benefits, even blood brothers could turn against each other. However, Chenzong wouldn't crave for anything else. Everything would develop naturally, including Chenzong. The Tao Alliance had a total of 11 geniuses on the Heavenly General ranking. Yi Daolin's Tao Advent Palace had 5 of these geniuses, accounting for less than half of the total number. The one with the highest ranking was Yi Daolin. He was ranked 123rd. His strength was naturally extremely powerful. However, in the Tao Alliance's divine manifestation realm, Yi Daolin wasn't the strongest. The strongest person was called Gu Rue. According to their words, Gu Rue was a cultivation maniac. He was a man of few words, but his strength was extremely terrifying. Not only was he the Tao Alliance's #1 divine manifestation realm expert, but he was also ranked in the top 100 of the Heavenly General ranking at 32nd. This made Chenzong extremely shocked. There were 999 people on the Heavenly General ranking. As a human, Gu Rue was ranked 32nd. He directly surpassed many Origin clan members. It was truly astonishing. As for Tang Yuxuan and Wang Zhan, they were ranked in the 400th and 500th respectively. Basically, the top 10 prodigies of the Tao Alliance before Chenzong were ranked from the 100th to the 100th, then the 100th, then the 100th, then the 100th, then the 100th, and so on. Chenzong also found out that Mo Wui, the monster who had obtained 11th place in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Disciple Assembly 10,000 years ago, had reached the shocking 4th place on the Heavenly General ranking back then. 4th place. Chenzong was extremely shocked. He didn't know before the challenge, but after the challenge, he understood how difficult it was to be ranked in the Heavenly General ranking. Perhaps the difference in strength between a few ranks wouldn't be very big, but when it came to 100 ranks, the difference would be astonishing. In fact, within the top 100, there were many levels. The top 10 was an astonishing level. In short, Chenzong couldn't imagine how strong the 4th place on the Heavenly General ranking was. The difference was too great. However, if Mo Wui could reach that level, so could he. After a round of exchanges with the crowd, Chenzong and Yi Daolin had a sword duel. Yi Daolin's swordsmanship had surprised Chenzong as well. It had even inspired him. Yi Daolin's swordsmanship seemed to be completely natural. It was in harmony with nature, and it was extremely compatible with the laws he had comprehended. Every single strike seemed to be otherworldly. It flowed smoothly and continuously, as if there were no flaws at all. However, in terms of sword duel, Chenzong wasn't inferior to Yi Daolin at all. He even gradually gained the upper hand in the duel. Learn. Improve. This was the result of the combination of Chenzong's extraordinary comprehension and the Heart Sutra. In the end, there was no clear winner or loser in this duel. This was because Chenzong couldn't defeat Yi Daolin with just his sword duel. However, both of them had gained a lot. In addition to the exchanges between the crowd and the analysis of A.O. Wu, Chenzong was suddenly inspired. He felt that he might be able to improve his self-created A.O. Wu techniques in a short period of time. He might even be able to reach the 6th level of A.O. Wu. Once his self-created A.O. Wu techniques reached the 6th level, his strength would become even stronger. Unfortunately, the small Taoist treasury was about to open. Chenzong couldn't continue his closed-door training. He could only wait until the small Taoist treasury opened. He was conserving his energy and waiting for the small Taoist treasury to open. The small Taoist treasury opened once every 100 years. Every time it opened, 10 people would be selected to enter. However, if one had already entered once, they wouldn't be able to enter a second time. This was also the Tao Alliance's training mechanism. Otherwise, if everyone entered repeatedly, the other prodigies wouldn't have the chance to be trained. Of course, However, if one was extremely outstanding, they might be able to get an extra chance to enter the small Taoist treasury. For example, Guru A and Yi Daolin had already entered the small Taoist treasury once. According to Yi Daolin, he had gained a lot from the small Taoist treasury. This was because before entering the small Taoist treasury, his ranking on the heavenly general ranking was outside the top 500. After entering the small Taoist treasury, he had gained a lot and his strength had increased greatly. Following that, his strength had continued to increase over the past 100 years. However, he had stopped at the 100th place. It was difficult for him to increase his strength any further. Because of his talent, the Tao Alliance had made an exception and given him a second chance. They hoped that after entering the small Taoist treasury, he would be able to increase his strength again and charge into the top 100 of the heavenly general ranking. That would be of great benefit to Yi Daolin. It would also be an opportunity for the Tao Alliance to strengthen their reputation. As for Guru A, they had made an exception and given him another chance. Of course, they also hoped that he would be able to increase his strength and increase his ranking on the heavenly general ranking. They waited and waited. Soon, 10 days had passed. On this day, the small Taoist treasury would open. The entrance to the small Taoist treasury was within the Tao Alliance's headquarters. It was surrounded by layers of protective formations. There were also experts guarding it. The defensive power was extremely shocking. Even 5th-level experts couldn't break in. Of course, 6th-level experts wouldn't force their way in. This was because entering the small Taoist treasury was useless to them. In fact, 4th-level experts wouldn't even benefit from entering the small Taoist treasury. A closed ancient bronze door emitted an endless ancient aura. It didn't seem to belong to this era. It was unknown how many years of history it had. The ancient bronze door was about 10 meters tall and 6 meters wide. It was covered with mysterious and complicated patterns. It seemed to have the sun, moon, stars, vegetation, forests, and tens of thousands of beasts. As a whole, it emitted an aura of the great Tao. It was incomparably mysterious and boundless. 10 people stood in front of the ancient bronze door, waiting for it to open. These 10 people were the Tao Alliance's geniuses who had been chosen to enter the small Taoist treasury. Yi Daolin, Tang Yuxuan, Wang Zhan, and Chun Zong were among them. In addition, Chun Zong also saw Guru A. Guru A's figure was tall and sturdy. He was dressed in battle armor. His face was simple and resolute. His eyes seemed to contain an astonishing, domineering aura. His 10 fingers were slender and strong. They were suffused with a bronze luster, as if they could crush everything. It was extremely terrifying. It felt as if he could shatter a mountain with a punch and suppress the 4 seas with a palm. Chun Zong couldn't help but take a few more glances. After all, Guru A's ranking on the heavenly general ranking was as high as 32nd. It was very shocking. However, he didn't know what level his strength had reached. Chun Zong also glanced at the other 5. Among the 10 people, there were a total of 3 women. One was Tang Yuxuan, a person with a clever mind. One was called Fu Yingmong, who had an extremely sharp aura. Her eyes were also extremely sharp. The last one was called Chun Suqing, who had an extremely peaceful aura. She always had a faint and amiable smile on her face. As for the other 3 men, they were called Chou He, Ning Yu, and Jiang Wanlu. The 3 of them were ranked higher than Zhao Guanyuan and Chen Suqing on the heavenly general ranking. Moreover, their auras were different and each had their own unique characteristics. Geniuses. They were the Tao Alliance's geniuses. The top geniuses. While Chun Zong was sizing them up, they were also sizing up Chun Zong. After all, they already knew what had happened before. Naturally, they were quite curious about Chun Zong. However, the small Taoist treasury was about to open. Everyone's attention was still on it. Chapter 2504. Author's Note. Every spring festival, I get drunk for a few days. Luckily, the Dominator of 6 realms has a stockpile of manuscripts. Simple, distant, profound. The bronze door slowly opened a crack in the sound that seemed to come from ancient times. In an instant, An endless, ancient, and mysterious aura seemed to spread out from the crack in the door. Everyone felt the wisps of aura and instantly became excited. What a mysterious aura. It was infinitely high and infinitely deep. That feeling was really indescribable. Even Guru A and Yi Daolin, who had already entered the small Taoist repository once, had a calm expression, but there was a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. The ancient bronze door continued to open. The ancient mysterious aura that spread out from it became increasingly dense and vigorous. However, the mysterious aura did not spread too far. It only entered and exited within a 100-meter radius. It was as if the ancient bronze door was breathing in and out, forming a cycle. The bronze door was completely opened. As the leader of the Tao Alliance's prodigies, Guru A was the first to step in. Yi Daolin was next, followed by Jiang Wanlu, Fu Yingmeng, Tang Yuxuan, Wang Zhan, Ning Yu, Chou He, Chen Suqing, and finally, Chen Zong. A total of 10 people stepped into the bronze door one after another. However, after the 10 people entered, the bronze door didn't close. That mysterious and ancient aura still enveloped a radius of 100 meters, circulating endlessly. 100 meters away, the Tao Alliance's powerhouses were there. 10 people. I wonder how much they can gain? Usually, the longer one stays in the small Taoist repository, the greater the gain. Last time, Guru A stayed for half a year, and Yi Daolin stayed for 5 months. I wonder if they can break their own limits this time? Relatively speaking, I'm more curious about Chen Zong. Indeed, he was able to get 9th place in the Disciples' Meet, surpassing Mo Wui from 10,000 years ago. Now, he's ranked on the Heavenly General Leaderboard after being in the 3rd realm for less than 100 years. His talent is really amazing. The most important thing is his background. He's a 3rd-rank void cultivator. He can't be compared to others, but he can reach this step. It's really amazing. I hope he can perform well in the small Taoist repository. It's not in vain to give this spot to him in advance. If the primitive emperor didn't say so, Chen Zong would have to wait until the next time he wanted to get a spot in the small Taoist repository. Now, the small Taoist repository, and Zhao Wengyuan had lost this opportunity. Chen Zong was the weakest. Chen Zong's performance. Chen Zong is two of among, was among them, be, and as, and as deep as, it, it. The small Taoist repository was a secret cultivation ground discovered by the ancestors of the Tao Alliance. After much effort, it naturally didn't contain any danger. Strictly speaking, the small Taoist repository was a corner or a branch of the small Taoist repository. It was like an extension. Once they entered the small Taoist repository, they were greeted by a vast expanse of whiteness. Gradually, everything became clear. A pond, about 1,000 meters in size, appeared in front of them. Lotus leaves grew in the pond. They were of different heights. Every one of them was verdant. They swayed gently in the breeze. Water rippled. Tiny ripples spread out in all directions. Tranquil, mysterious, peaceful. There was no smoke or dust. Here, everyone's mind became very peaceful. Their minds also became very clear. Tranquility yields distance, does not stir up dust. 10 people appeared at the side of the pond. Immediately, under the breeze, the ripples in the water rippled. 10 of the biggest and darkest colored lotus leaves swam around the water surface. The figures of Guru A and Yi Daolin, who had been here once, moved at the same time, drawing different mysterious and aura trajectories, and landed on 2 of the big lotus leaves. The 2 big lotus leaves with deep color trembled slightly, as if sinking a little in an instant, rippling out layers of ripples, attacking in all directions. It was like a small boat, but it didn't really sink. Instead, it supported Guru A and Yi Daolin's bodies. Not even a drop of water splashed on the lotus leaves. Looking at Guru A and Yi Daolin's movements, the others followed suit. They jumped up, either like a big bird spreading its wings, or like lightning breaking through the sky, or like a gust of wind. They were different, but they all had the same purpose. Chunzong's figure floated up like a gust of wind. He landed on one of the dark green lotus leaves. The moment he landed, the lotus leaf trembled slightly. It seemed that it couldn't bear the weight of his body and was about to sink. However, a tough force spread out so that the lotus leaf didn't really sink. After a slight tremble, layers of ripples spread out, completely supporting Chunzong's body. There were water droplets splashing, but they sputtered in all directions. They drew a wonderful trajectory. In Chunzong's eyes, there was an indescribable sense of mystery that couldn't be described with words. Chunzong sat down with his legs crossed naturally, without any deliberate or abrupt action. He didn't even have any thoughts of his own. Just like that, he sat down with his legs crossed in a not very formal but very comfortable posture. This posture looked like he was sitting with his legs crossed, but also like he was half lying down. His eyes were as clear as the blue sky, and as clear as a bottomless stream. Gradually, there was a trace of mist filling his eyes, making them blurred. In the blurriness, there was an indescribable mystery and profoundness. Slowly, as if sleepiness came, there was an indescribable sense of tiredness, but it wasn't tiredness. Chunzong's eyes unconsciously closed slowly and completely. His breathing also became long, subtle, and faintly discernible. In addition to Chunzong, the other 9 cultivators reacted the same way. One by one, they closed their eyes. Their expressions were peaceful, as if they were asleep, as serene as a fetus. As the breeze blew, the 10 big lotus leaves swayed in the 1,000-meter-deep pool like boats, creating layers of ripples. It was indescribably comfortable and leisurely. It was as comfortable as picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. It was poetic and picturesque, like a song and a zither. Was this the only function of the small Taoist repository that was open once in 100 years? Was it just to let people sleep here? Even if they were lying on the lotus leaves and floating on the pool, it was still sleeping, although it was different from sleeping on a bed. This was not really sleeping. Sleeping was only a kind of appearance. In fact, everyone had entered a miraculous state in a way that was close to sleeping. The sound of carriages, shouts, and pedestrians mixed together into a cacophony of noises. When Chunzong opened his eyes, he saw people coming and going. It was bustling, but they didn't seem to notice Chunzong. It was as if Chunzong was an illusion that didn't exist. Yes, the moment Chunzong was about to take a step forward, a fast horse rushed in front of him. It was so aggressive that it knocked down several pedestrians, but it didn't stop at all. It rushed directly to Chunzong. Chunzong's expression didn't change, but he took a step forward in an instant to avoid the fast horse's collision. However, as soon as he moved, Chunzong's expression changed greatly. Strength. His strength had completely disappeared. Although he reacted in time, he didn't know that his strength had disappeared, so his reaction was a bit slow. He couldn't avoid it. Collision. The fast horse rushed to him in an instant. Chunzong was ready to be knocked away, but the fast horse rushed through his body. It was as if he was an illusion. After being stunned, Chunzong walked to the side and reached out to grab the wall of a house, but it went through directly. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if he was really an illusion and didn't exist. However, Chunzong was sure that he existed. It was just that it was very strange. It felt as if he was in a different world. He could see people in this world, but people in this world couldn't see him or discover him. It was the first time for him to experience this. Chunzong couldn't remember why he appeared here. It seemed to be very sudden. There was no prelude, but it also seemed to be natural. Since he couldn't think of anything, Chunzong didn't think hard about it. Instead, he walked naturally. It was a very strange experience. It was the first time for him to experience this. Since he was here, he might as well take things as they came. As if aimlessly, Chunzong paced on the busy street. He looked at the people coming and going, listened to all kinds of words, laughed and cursed, and observed the various expressions of life. Unconsciously, bits and pieces of enlightenment flashed in his mind. They were broken and unformed. Chunzong didn't pay attention to them. As he walked, Chunzong stood in front of shop. The shop owner and the buyer were arguing endlessly. It seemed that they couldn't agree on the price. Time passed slowly as he walked and stopped. Day gradually passed, and night fell. The lights were lit, and thousands of houses were brightly lit. It had a different kind of charm. Bright, dazzling, but there was also a kind of tranquility that went straight to the heart. The street was very long. Even if Chunzong walked and stopped, he still walked a very long distance. However, he didn't reach the end. It seemed that the street was endless. As he walked, Chunzong gradually found that it was not that the street was endless. It was just that he was always walking in circles on a long street. This seemingly meaningless behavior accumulated more fragments of enlightenment. Little by little, they were like twinkling stars, silent and deep and difficult to detect. After walking for a while, Chunzong stopped to rest. He saw a small building. Under the night sky, there were no lights in the building, making it seem deep and quiet. There wasn't a single person in the building, but Chunzong wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he walked into the building and climbed up to the rooftop, sitting down near the window. As soon as he sat down, Chunzong felt very comfortable. It was as if his exhaustion was slowly leaving him. It was like peeling silk from a cocoon. Comfortable, and leisurely. Outside the window, there were thousands of bright lights. The night gradually deepened. At some point, a gust of wind blew, bringing with it a chill. Chunzong could not help but feel cold. The first strand of rain fell silently. Chapter 25:05. Small building. Night. Lights. Cool breeze. Drizzle. In the quiet and mysterious night, Chunzong sat in front of the windowsill in the small building, closed his eyes, but did not fall asleep, but enjoyed this rare leisure. Stealing half a day of leisure. Chunzong secretly thought, even if he didn't open his eyes, but all the lights outside the small building, all the cool breeze and drizzle were reflected in his heart, vivid and lifelike. Not everyone is like Chunzong here, so comfortable and leisurely, stealing half a day of leisure. The place where Guru A appeared was a battlefield, a bloody battlefield, crazy fighting, killing, forgetting everything else. A pair of big hands that seemed to be cast from steel and iron, filled with a rich bronze luster. Every time it blasted out, it burst out with extremely violent and domineering power. Anyone who was hit, their armor was directly shattered, and their body was also broken. It was very ferocious and terrifying. Fight! Fight! An endless battle. Yi Daolin was not walking on the long street, sitting in the small building, nor was he crazily killing on the battlefield. The place where he appeared was an ancient yellow sand road. The ancient road was desolate, sparsely populated, and even vegetation was rare. At first glance, there was only a sense of desolation and loneliness. Walking and walking, Yi Daolin didn't know how long he had walked. Yi Daolin saw a dilapidated small tea shed, two old tables covered with thick sand and dust, which seemed to have not been patronized for a long time. An old man in a shabby gray cloth was sitting in a chair, leaning against the earth wall and taking a nap. As if aware of the arrival of Yi Daolin, the old man opened his turbid eyes and looked over. On his wrinkled and dry face, he also squeezed out a smile. "Little brother, sit down and have a bowl of tea." The old man's voice was hoarse, but there was a hint of hope in it. There were very few people here, so it was really not easy to sell a bowl of tea. "Okay, then I'll bother you." Yi Daolin smiled and sat down without taboo on the table and chair covered with a layer of sand. The small Taoist scripture is very mysterious. Everyone who enters has their own fate, and what they can get is all up to them. It was very random. Furthermore, after entering, he would temporarily forget his previous memories. He would not know where he came from or where he was going. He would just stay there until he could no longer stay there. The profoundness of this was hard to explain with words. Perhaps it was just a small experience, but there would be a lot of accumulation and gains in the process. A month passed. 2 months passed. At the bronze door, the mysterious and ancient aura was still circulating endlessly. Suddenly, a figure appeared, as if it had been pushed out, landing outside the ancient bronze door. It was precisely Chun Suching. 2 months. Chun Suching stayed in the small Taoist scripture for 2 months. 2 months? It's considered average. The sovereigns of the Tao Alliance all sighed. Clearly, they weren't very satisfied with the time limit of 2 months. Of course, he didn't think much of it. Throughout the history of the Tao Alliance, every time the Tao repository opened, there would be people who would be sent out after 2 months. In fact, there were quite a few who would be sent out after 1 month at the very least. If it was 1 month, it would be too disappointing. Another half a month passed, and the second person appeared from the ancient bronze door. It was Ningyu. Not long after, Chohi also appeared. 3.5 months later, Wang Zhan appeared. 4 months later, Tang Yuxuan appeared. 4.5 months later, Fu Yingmong appeared. 5 months later, Jiang Wanlu appeared. Only 3 people remained: Gu Rui, Yi Daolin, and Chun Zong. Not bad. It seems that Yi Daolin can surpass the previous time. That's right. I wonder if Gu Rui can break his own record. Chun Zong has already stayed in there for 5 months. He's not inferior to Yi Daolin back then. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. A figure appeared, and it was Yi Daolin. Last time, Yi Daolin stayed in the small Taoist scripture for 5 months. This time, he broke his own record and reached 6 months. 1 more month would naturally mean more gains. That was for sure, because one wouldn't waste time in there. Gu Rui and Chun Zong still hadn't appeared. This made the Tao Alliance's supremacies even happier. This meant that Chun Zong's talent and potential were indeed better than Yi Daolin's. Yi Daolin was now ranked in the 130th place on the Heavenly General ranking, which was considered a very high ranking. In the future, Chun Zong's ranking would definitely be higher than Yi Daolin's, and he even had a chance of entering the top 100. The top 100 was like a watershed. With one more prodigy entering the top 100, the Tao Alliance's reputation would increase significantly. Yi Daolin had stayed in the small Taoist scripture for 6 months. After settling down, he might have a chance of rising to the top 100. Of course, as the Tao Alliance's prodigy improved, the other prodigies would also improve and become stronger. In addition, Yi Daolin had already reached a limit. If he wanted to improve further, it would be very difficult. Therefore, it was still unknown whether Yi Daolin would be able to enter the top 100. But no matter what, it was a good thing that Yi Daolin had broken his own record. No matter what, his foundation should be able to be strengthened further. It would be more helpful for him to break through to the 4th realm. With Yi Daolin's talent, if he broke through to the 4th realm, he would definitely be an expert in the 4th realm. It would definitely be a great thing for the Tao Alliance. But what surprised them even more was Chun Zong. Half a year had passed. Yi Daolin had come out, but Chun Zong still hadn't come out. Could it be that Chun Zong could be compared to Gu Rui? Although Gu Rui's ranking in the Earth-level disciple assembly wasn't as good as Chun Zong's, this didn't mean that Gu Rui's treatment wasn't as good as Chun Zong's. In every disciple assembly, the strength of the participants was different. It wasn't absolute. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Chun Zong and Gu Rui still hadn't appeared. 7 months. Not bad, not bad. The Venerables were all very happy. As for Yi Daolin and the others, as soon as they left the small Taoist scripture, they quickly returned to their respective cave residences to cultivate in seclusion. The gains in the small Taoist scripture were bits and pieces. They had to spend their own time to sort them out, comprehend them, and finally truly turn them into their own to strengthen themselves. This kind of comprehension, if not seized and sorted out in time, would probably fade away after a long time. In the 8th month, another figure appeared from the ancient bronze door. The Venerables all paid attention to it. Who was it? He came out. It was a tall and strong body, filled with a kind of primordial and overbearing power. Gu Rui. The one who appeared was Gu Rui. 8 months. Gu Rui also broke his previous record, and stayed 2 months longer than Yi Daolin. Gu Rui's ranking on the Heavenly General list was 32nd. He had now stayed in the small Taoist scripture for 8 months. If he spent a few years absorbing, his strength would definitely be stronger. At that time, he might be able to rush into the top 30. And what surprised the Venerables was Chunzong. It had been 8 months, but Chunzong still hadn't appeared. This kind of performance was really shocking. The Alliance Master's vision is indeed not something we can compare to. A Venerables suddenly sighed with emotion. If it weren't for the Yuan Emperor's order, the Venerables wouldn't have considered letting Chunzong enter the small Taoist scripture. At least this time. Only the next time the small Taoist scripture opened, Chunzong would be given a spot. Of course, even if it was the next time he entered, Chunzong would still perform very well with his extraordinary talent. However, in the battle between geniuses, if one had the ability to get the opportunity in advance, it would definitely be better. It meant that one would become stronger in the future and have enough strength and ability to fight for better and more opportunities, leading step by step. There is still a big difference between 100 years fast and 100 years slow, especially for the true geniuses. 9 months. Chunzong still hadn't appeared, and the Venerables became more and more excited. This meant that Chunzong's talent and potential were obviously better than Gu Rui's. In other words, when Chunzong cultivated further, not only would it be possible for him to enter the top 100 of the Heavenly General ranking, it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter the top 30, or even the top 20. Since Mo Wui 10,000 years ago, there hadn't been any geniuses in the human race who entered the top 30. Now, Gu Rui had a lot of hope, and this Chunzong most likely could do it too. No one knew if he could recreate the glory of 10,000 years ago. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. 10 months. Chunzong had stayed in the small Taoist scripture for a full 10 months, but he still hadn't appeared. The Venerables were crazy with joy, and even the Yuan Emperor was alarmed. Back then, Mo Wui stayed in the small Taoist scripture for 11 months. Can Chunzong catch up with him? The Venerables secretly guessed. If Chunzong could catch up with Mo Wui's record, he might not be able to recreate the glory of the Tao Alliance 10,000 years ago. They didn't dare to say that he could obtain the 4th rank of the Heavenly General ranking like Mo Wui, but it was very likely for him to enter the top 10. Time passed day by day, and more than 10 months had passed. Chunzong still hadn't appeared, and it was gradually approaching the 11th month. The Venerables seemed to be a little nervous, and felt that the 11th month was a watershed. Up until now, 11 months in the small Taoist scripture was the highest record of the Tao Alliance. Could Chunzong catch up with this record? Another day passed, and it was exactly the 11th month. The Venerables stared at the ancient bronze door with their eyes wide open, but there was no movement at all. 11 months passed, and Chunzong still hadn't appeared. The Venerables were crazy with joy, and the Yuan Emperor was alarmed again. Very good, very good. The Yuan Emperor was full of smiles. Indeed, this was a genius who wasn't inferior to Mo Wui. Given enough time to grow, he would definitely become a 5th realm expert in the future. In the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, one had to at least reach the 5th realm to have the right to speak. And in the universe, only the 5th realm could be considered the mark of an expert. Another day passed, and Chunzong was still in the small Taoist scripture. As for danger, that was impossible. Since ancient times, the small Taoist scripture had been opened many times, and there had never been any dangerous situations. When the 12th month passed, the light of the ancient bronze door fluctuated, and a figure appeared from within. Without a doubt, that was Chunzong, because the others in the small Taoist scripture had already come out, and Chunzong was the last one left. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Chapter 2506. I seem to have had a very long dream. On the Heart Sword Peak, Chunzong stretched his back while facing the sky. His muscles and bones emitted a series of crackling sounds. Powerful energy flowed between his muscles and bones like a river. The power of his cultivation circulated endlessly in his body, like the surging waters of the sea, constantly surging. This was the power of his chi refining cultivation, and also the power of his body refining cultivation. Under the Heart Sutra, the annihilation force of the nine heavens breathing gale circulated at all times, which meant that he was cultivating at all times. His cultivation was still at the high level of the divine aspect realm, but the annihilation force of the nine heavens breathing gale had already reached the second layer of perfection. The second layer of perfection was even more powerful, causing Chunzong's basic strength to increase even further. However, this was not the greatest gain of the small Taoist repository and the half-year of seclusion after returning to the Heart Sword Palace. It was just a side benefit. The greatest gain was the comprehension of the mysteries of the Great Tao and the improvement of Ao Wu. The highest record of the small Taoist repository was 11 months. Chunzong had broken the record and raised it to 12 months, which was an entire year. An additional month was even more shocking. The gains were unimaginable. Chunzong could clearly remember everything that he had experienced in the small Taoist repository. It was precisely because of this that he found it all the more strange. The long street, the people, the hustle and bustle, the night, the lanterns, the small building, the night wind, the drizzle. It was a very simple scene, a very simple experience, but there was an indescribable charm contained within. It made Chunzong feel that it was extremely mysterious and mysterious. From that simple experience, he had accumulated countless fragments of inspiration. After leaving the small Taoist repository, Chunzong quickly returned to the Heartsword Peak and entered seclusion in the Heartsword Palace. He sorted out the fragments of inspiration he had accumulated in the small Taoist repository and converted them to improve himself. Half a year. With the help of the Heart Sutra, Chunzong only spent half a year to convert most of the gains in the small Taoist repository into his own foundation and strength. However, there was still a small part that hadn't been converted yet. Chunzong felt that it would take more time. It wouldn't be that easy, so he didn't continue his closed-door training. Am I stronger now? I wonder if I can pass the 6th level of the battle tower? Chunzong's eyes lit up. He summoned the golden-feathered eagle puppet and quickly flew toward the Realm Gate Mountain. The battle tower was also a good place to test one's strength. Of course, this was different from challenging the divine general ranking. The strength that was tested in the battle tower was how much one's cultivation base had increased compared to before. For example, Chunzong's current cultivation was still at the high level of the divine aspect realm. He had yet to reach the peak of the divine aspect realm, but he had clearly improved in other aspects. Among them, the one that had improved the least was his cultivation arts realm, which had improved from the second layer to the second layer of perfection. As soon as he entered the battle tower, Chunzong started to challenge from the first level. This was because even when his cultivation base had broken through to the high level of the divine aspect realm, Chunzong had never challenged the battle tower. The opponents on the first level were naturally normal high-level divine aspect realm cultivators. Chunzong didn't even draw his sword. He just used his finger as a sword and lightly slashed across the sky. It was extremely sharp and killed in an instant. The second level was easily passed. The third level was also easily passed. Even the fourth level was also easily passed. It was only until the fifth level that Chunzong had to take it seriously. As expected, I'm stronger at the same level. Let's see how much I've gained in the past 1.5 years. He muttered to himself. The sword light suddenly flashed. A dark green sword light, as if it was made of green jade, was extremely beautiful and filled with an indescribable, soul-stirring sharpness. Traceless Wind. This sword was evolved from Traceless Wind. It was an even more powerful version of Ao Wu. The benefits that Chunzong gained from the small Taoist scripture in a year were unimaginable. The 33 layered heavens of the heart had increased again. Chunzong's mental strength had become even stronger. Moreover, the Heart Sutra's normal operation had also reached the level of the 7 layered heavens of the heart. Even if he activated the 10 layered heavens of the heart, he could still sustain it for a longer time. Therefore, under the 10-layered heavens of the heart, Chunzong's comprehension efficiency was extremely shocking. It seemed that it was only half a year, but in reality, Chunzong's comprehension effect was comparable to others' comprehension time of more than 10 years, or even more. Chun Suqing, who had left the small Taoist scripture earlier than Chunzong, had yet to come out of seclusion. As for the others, even Gu Rui, they were still in seclusion. This was enough to show that Chunzong's comprehension ability and the Heart Sutra were amazing. Of course, this was also due to the 33 layered heavens of the heart. If the 33 layered heavens of the heart had not strengthened Chunzong's mental strength, the Heart Sutra would not have been able to be used. Traceless Wind Sword had already surpassed the level of the 5th order Ao Wu. It had even surpassed the level of the 6th order Ao Wu. It had reached the level of the 7th order Ao Wu. Such an increase was undoubtedly shocking. With just this sword, Chunzong had killed his opponent on the 5th level of the battle tower with ease. He was much stronger than before. On the 6th level, the opponent's strength was even more tyrannical, far stronger than on the 5th level. Before this, Chunzong had challenged the battle tower several times. However, he had only passed the 5th level and stopped at the 6th. Would he be able to pass the 6th level this time? Fight! The opponent on the 6th level was very tyrannical. He attacked in an instant. Chunzong did not explode with his full strength. He was still fighting with the strength of the Qi refining stage. However, Chunzong had activated the power of the Way of the Sword and the Way of the Heart to the extreme. Between his eyebrows, 9 incomparably sharp sword runes flashed. The aura of sharpness that filled the air was extremely shocking. His comprehension of the Way of the Sword had reached a limit. If he broke through again, he would be at the level of the low realm. However, most divine aspect realm cultivators could only stop at the 9 Great Path divine runes. When he had killed his opponent on the 5th level, Chunzong had activated the 9 Great Path divine runes. However, he did not use the power of the Way of the Heart. However, the opponent on the 6th level was even stronger. He had to use the power of the Way of the Heart and the power of the Way of the Sword. There were a total of 7 divine runes of the Way of the Heart. Slash of the Divine Wind. The dark green sword light transformed into a crescent moon that looked like it was made of dark green divine gold. It slashed down from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. It was extremely domineering and could cut through everything. Under this sword, there seemed to be nothing in the world that could resist its power. However, the opponent on the 6th level was extremely strong. Before this, Chunzong could at most contend with him. It was impossible for him to defeat him. Now, this sword completely collided with the opponent. It did not retreat at all. Instead, it forced the opponent to retreat. Chunzong's eyes instantly lit up. He saw the hope of passing through the 6th level. 7th level Ao Wu. Listen to the wind. The sword slashed out. Under the attack of the divine will radiance, the opponent immediately paused for a moment. His reaction was slower by a beat, and he was directly hit by the sword. However, this sword did not kill him. It only injured him. Slash of the divine wind. Break of the wind. Traceless wind. Listen to the wind. Chunzong continuously used these 4 moves and attacked. The opponent on the 6th level was continuously defeated and injured. The injuries on his body increased until he was finally killed. The 7th level. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly. It had been 50 to 60 years since he entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. He had also challenged the battle tower several times. Finally, he passed the 6th level of the battle tower and entered the 7th level. Although he had never entered the 7th level before, since the opponent on the 6th level was so strong, the 7th level would be even stronger. Recover. Chunzong first recovered his exhausted strength. When his strength was fully recovered, he entered the 7th level. On the 7th level of the battle tower, a figure stood in the darkness. It was as if he had become one with the darkness. He exuded an indescribable mystery and profoundness. At first sight of that figure, Chunzong's expression could not help but become serious. Very strong. The threat was very great and very shocking. It made Chunzong feel that he was unrivaled. However, it was too early to say who would win without actually fighting. After all, that feeling was not completely unrivaled. It was just that the threat was too strong. This feeling did not make Chunzong fearful. Instead, it made him excited. In the battle on the 6th level, Chunzong did not use his full strength. It was only a part of his strength. At most, it could only be regarded as 50% of his strength. The opponent on the 7th level should be able to make him use his full strength. Fight! Without hesitation, Chunzong took a step forward. His 70-foot-tall primordial spirit Dharma power also took a step forward. That step seemed to bring with it endless smoke. It was thick and surging, like a smoke signal in the sky. His aura was resolute and indomitable. At the same time that Chunzong took a step forward, the black figure also moved. In a flash, it rushed out of the darkness. Its body also became clear. The sword light suddenly flashed. It was so dazzling that it took away one's vision. In an instant, it pierced through the air. A strong sense of danger swept over. The murderous intent was like the invasion of 10,000-year-old ice. Chunzong's body could not help but tremble. Burst! The body-refining Dharma power. In an instant, Chunzong's body also grew to 70 foot tall. It overlapped with the 70-foot-tall primordial spirit Dharma power behind him. It was like a double image. Before entering the small Taoist manual, Chunzong's Dharma power was 15 feet tall. Now that it had grown to 70 foot tall, its power was even stronger. There was no time to use the AO Wu. Chunzong could only concentrate all his strength and use a swordsmanship to resist the sword that came out of the darkness. At the moment when the sword light collided, an extremely terrible explosion sounded. It spread in all directions, as if everything was shattered. Chunzong only felt a strong force rushing toward him. If he had not used the body-refining Dharma power, he would not have been able to resist at all and would have been directly sent flying. Even so, Chunzong felt that he was pushed back a few meters. His long sword was trembling. However, the man's expression was cold. He did not stop. The second sword came at him, and it was still extremely fast. This time, Chunzong reacted faster. He attacked with his sword and used his swordsmanship to the extreme. Fight! He used his swordsmanship to fight in close combat. His opponent also used his swordsmanship to fight Chunzong at the climax. As soon as they fought, Chunzong found that his opponent's swordsmanship was very good. It was not inferior to his own. Moreover, their styles were different. His opponent's swordsmanship style focused on speed. There was no defense at all. All he had was to attack. He uses extremely fast swordsmanship to attack continuously. Moreover, each sword was faster than the previous one. It became more and more shocking and terrifying. Chapter 25:07. Fast, fast, fast. Each sword strike was faster than the previous one, and Chunzong was actually being suppressed. He only felt that under the extremely fast swordsmanship, one sword light after another, continuously attacking him, making it difficult for him to counterattack. He could only continuously wave his sword to defend. Fortunately, Chunzong was very unique in the defense of his swordsmanship. He was once called the chaotic sword. With the sword in his hand, he could not break the chaotic elements. Although Chunzong preferred to attack, he had secretly practiced an amazing defense of his swordsmanship. Defend. Chunzong kept defending himself, but his opponent's sword was getting faster and faster, which made it more and more difficult for him to defend himself. He activated the Heart Sutra and displayed the 10 intents of mind. It was a comprehensive analysis, insight, and comprehension. In the battle, he further improved his swordsmanship defense and could hold on longer. He did this because his opponent's swordsmanship was so fast that it almost exceeded his reaction limit. Secondly, Chunzong wanted to get inspiration from it. Fight to fight. Since Chunzong embarked on the road of cultivation, he had always been like this. Defend. The sword light was unbreakable and formed a sword circle, which firmly defended Chunzong. Under the 10 intents of mind, the power of his mind was constantly consumed at an amazing speed. Fortunately, Chunzong's 33 levels of mind had been cultivated to a higher level, so the power of his mind was more majestic and the recovery speed was faster. The sword light surged and sparks sputtered. The collisions were so sharp that it seemed to tear everything apart. Every time they clashed, Chunzong would feel a powerful force rush towards him. It was the impact brought about when the speed had reached a certain limit. Speed was the main factor, but it was also lethal. Although it was very difficult to defend, and he felt that his defense circle would be broken at any time and he would be killed directly, Chunzong still defended himself. However, the sword circle was broken a little at the beginning, so Chunzong was injured by his opponent's sword light. Fortunately, Chunzong's body-refining godly form was stronger, and he was weakened by the ninth heaven general robe, so his injuries were not serious. Chunzong could completely bear such injuries and even ignore them. As his opponent's swordsmanship became faster and faster, the power of his swordsmanship also became more and more powerful. Fortunately, Chunzong's unbreakable sword circle was also improving, so he maintained a balance. Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Previously, he had only comprehended the slightest bit of that move. Now he seemed to have found the correct path, advancing one step further. After spending a year in the small Daoist scripture, he returned to the Heart Sword Palace and went into seclusion for half a year. He had also comprehended the sixth order Ao Wu and Flying Swan to perfection. He already had the foundation to cultivate the ninth order Ao Wu's Fleeting Lightning. However, Fleeting Lightning was a ninth order Ao Wu. It was very profound. Even though Chunzong had spent a year in the small Daoist scripture and half a year in seclusion to comprehend it, he had only comprehended the slightest bit of it. Naturally, he could not display it, and it did not have any power. It was not that Chunzong did not want to continue comprehending it, but that he was limited. After all, the ninth order Ao Wu was still too advanced for him. Its level was too high. But now, with his previous comprehensions, coupled with his opponent's superb and fast swordsmanship on the seventh floor, he was inspired. Sparks of inspiration collided with each other. Under the 10 intents of mind, Chunzong finally found more inspiration and successfully reached the entry level. Ao Wu was divided into 4 levels: entry level, small success level, great success level, and perfection level. Once he reached the entry level, he would be able to display its basic power. The counterattack was about to begin. Chunzong's figure flashed as he displayed the Flying Swan steps. In an instant, he retreated and widened the distance between them. However, his opponent's sword came again at an extremely fast speed. Chunzong's eyes flashed. It was as if a bolt of lightning had split the sky. In an instant, he mobilized all his strength and condensed it into a single step. His sword moved with him, his body moved with him, and he became one with the sword. He transformed into an extremely dazzling bolt of lightning and broke through the sky in an instant. Fast. Not only was it astonishingly fast, but also contained a violent power. It was extremely tyrannical, like a bolt of lightning. His opponent's sword light was shattered in an instant. The lightning-like sword light arrived in an instant. Repelled. Although this sword did not kill his opponent, it instantly restrained his opponent's swordsmanship and repelled him. The second sword strike was launched again. Fleeting lightning. The bolt of lightning was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning, and carried with it a terrifying power to kill. The fleeting lightning only relied on its speed. Its direct killing power was actually not that strong. However, the fleeting lightning of the ninth stage Ao Wu was not only faster, but also had extraordinary power. Its killing power was increased by a lot. However, Chunzong also felt that when he displayed the fleeting lightning, his strength was being consumed very quickly. Almost half of his strength was consumed with one sword strike. In other words, at his peak state, he could only display 20 sword strikes in a row. Of course, if his cultivation broke through to the peak of the divine aspect realm, his cultivation power would be even stronger. At that time, he would be able to display the fleeting lightning even more times. With my strength, I can only display the fleeting lightning 3 more times. I have to kill him within 3 times. Chunzong stared at his opponent, his eyes narrowed slightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself. Activating the 10 wills of one mind once again, Chunzong had complete control over his surroundings. Strike. Listen to the wind. 9-fold mixed kill. This was a sword strike that was infused with the divine intent of the 9-fold mixed kill. It was difficult to dodge. Although the sword in his opponent's hand was not injured, his divine intent was also affected in an instant. The impact of the attack was enough to disrupt his divine intent. Fleeting lightning. Kill. The sword light pierced through the air like lightning and struck the opponent's body directly. Moreover, the divine will of the harrowing wind sword didn't cause the slightest bit of damage. However, the divine will of the harrowing wind sword was impacted, causing the divine will of the harrowing wind sword to halt. Moreover, the speed of the fleeting lightning was extremely fast. Its killing power was also very terrifying. It cannot be blocked. The power of this strike was too shocking. It cannot be blocked at all. The opponent on the 7th floor was directly penetrated by this strike. However, he was very tenacious and resilient. He did not die immediately and still wanted to counterattack. He struck again. This time, the sword directly pierced the opponent's head. It penetrated and killed. Seeing that the opponent on the 7th floor had disappeared, Chunzong let out a sigh of relief. He had passed. Unfortunately, the battle tower only had 7 floors. Otherwise, Chunzong would have wanted to try the difficulty of the 8th floor. I've finally passed the 7th floor. Next, I'll go to the 1000 Fantasy House, Chunzong thought to himself. He quickly left and headed to the 1000 Fantasy House. His divine intent had also been strengthened by the breakthrough in his cultivation. Moreover, the gains he had gained from the small Taoist scripture in the past year had also unknowingly refined his divine intent. Although it was still at the 2nd level of the divine intent glory, it was indeed much stronger than before. Chunzong started from the 1st floor of the 1000 Fantasy House and passed it easily. The 1st floor, the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, the 5th floor. On the 6th floor, Chunzong began to feel the impact and interference on him become stronger. However, under the increasingly powerful divine intent glory, he blocked all external impacts. He had passed the 7th floor. Compared to the battle tower, Chunzong's difficulty in the 1000 Fantasy House seemed to be much lower. This was also because Chunzong's divine intent had always been one of his strongest aspects. The impact on the 7th floor of the 1000 Fantasy House was even stronger. All kinds of illusions appeared, trying to confuse Chunzong and make him fall into their trap. However, Chunzong's divine intent was still radiant and firmly defended. No matter how many illusions interfered with it and how powerful the divine intent was, it did not waver. Not long after, Chunzong passed the 7th floor. It was indeed much easier than passing the 7th floor of the battle tower. Similarly, the 1000 Fantasy House did not have an 8th floor. The 7th floor was the end. Next, it was the 10,000 Slaughter Sea, the last of the 3 trial grounds. If he passed the 7th floor of the 10,000 Slaughter Sea, Chunzong would be able to enter the secret pavilion again and choose the last supreme secret technique, the 9 Void Extreme Escape Technique. Thinking of this, Chunzong's heart couldn't help but burn with passion. A supreme secret technique. Chunzong had already experienced the benefits of the 9-layer melee and 9 Mystic Protection technique. Now, he finally had the chance to obtain the last supreme secret technique. Pass. The 1st floor of the 10,000 Slaughter Sea. The 2nd floor. The 3rd floor. Chunzong continuously passed through. The 4th floor. The 5th floor. The 6th floor. When he reached the 6th floor, Chunzong began to face great pressure. The battle tower was a one-on-one battle, while the 10,000 Slaughter Sea was a one-on-many battle. There was a difference in nature. Comparatively speaking, the battles in the 10,000 Slaughter Sea were more difficult because the consumption was greater. However, This was not the case for Chunzong. Because Chunzong had the Heart Sutra, he could take care of more and react faster. Therefore, it was not as difficult as the battle tower. After passing the 6th floor, he stepped into the 7th floor. The opponents on the 7th floor were more and stronger. Of course, none of them were as good as the opponents on the 7th floor of the battle tower, but they were comparable to the opponents on the 6th floor. 1, 2, or 3 were nothing. However, when there were many of them and they could cooperate with each other, the threat increased by more than 10 times. Fight! Chunzong took care of all aspects and blocked all the attacks from all directions. With a sword in hand, the sword light was unbreakable and he did not suffer any damage. When the Heart Sutra was combined with the unbreakable sword circle, Chunzong's defense was simply terrifying, unless the opponent's strength or speed surpassed Chunzong by too much. While defending, Chunzong was also looking for an opportunity to counterattack. He wanted to kill at least one of them and break the momentum of these people. When the opportunity came, Chunzong immediately burst forth and directly used the 9th Order Ao Wu's graceful lightning. The sword pierced through the air, swift and domineering like a bolt of lightning. Chunzong had just mastered the graceful lightning and could not apply the 9-fold mixed killing secret technique. After all, the more brilliant the Ao Wu was, the more difficult it was to integrate the 9-fold mixed killing secret technique. Ordinary sword attacks were the easiest to integrate. However, even if he could not integrate the power of the 9-fold mixed killing secret technique, the power of the entry stage 9th Order Ao Wu was still very strong. It was stronger than the 7th Order Ao Wu that had integrated the 9-fold mixed killing secret technique. Kill. With one sword, he killed one person and broke the momentum of the encirclement immediately. Chunzong immediately found an opportunity and burst forth again. The second sword pierced through the air and used the 9th Order Ao Wu's graceful lightning again. Kill, kill, kill. With one sword strike after another, Chunzong killed 10 people and completely broke the encirclement. Next, Chunzong did not continue to use the graceful lightning sword because it consumed too much energy. After breaking the encirclement, he only needed to slowly deal with them and kill them one by one. Chapter 25:08. In a cultivation room in the Heart Sword Palace of the Heart Sword Peak, it was 10,000 meters in length and width and 100 meters in height. Everything inside was hidden, and there was nothing inside. Chunzong stepped into it. Soon after, with a thought, a faintly discernible light spread out from his body. It seemed to move from bottom to top, yet also seemed to move from top to bottom. In an instant, it completely covered Chunzong's body, transforming into a faintly discernible light. In the next breath, the faintly discernible light flashed and directly burst out with an astonishing speed. In less than a breath's time, it directly streaked across one end of the cultivation room and appeared at the other end. If it had not stopped in time, it would have directly collided with the wall. The light dissipated, and Chunzong's figure was revealed. His face was full of surprise. Fast. In that instant, he burst out with an astonishing speed, as expected of a supreme secret technique. This 9-sky ultimate escape technique is amazing. Chunzong was surprised, but at the same time, he was also very happy. Just now, Chunzong used the supreme secret technique, 9-sky ultimate escape technique. The 9-layered slaughter focused on offense, the 9 profound body protection technique focused on defense, and the 9 void extreme escape technique focused on speed. It focused on the speed of the movement technique. Like 9-sky mixed killing and 9 mysterious protection technique, 9-sky ultimate escape technique was also divided into 9 levels. When practicing the first level, one speed limit could be doubled. When practicing the second level, one speed limit could be doubled. When practicing the 9th level, one speed limit could be increased by 9 times. For example, Chunzong's whirlwind secret technique only doubled his speed. After obtaining the 9-sky ultimate escape technique, Chunzong immediately went into seclusion to practice. Not long after, he directly practiced to the 3rd level. When he encountered a slight bottleneck, he came out of seclusion to experiment. Just now, Chunzong directly used the third level of Nine Sky Ultimate Escape technique and suddenly burst out with 3 times his speed limit. It was too fast, and if he didn't have enough control, he would have directly hit the wall. It was very embarrassing. 3 times the speed limit, whether it was to escape from a strong enemy or to chase someone who was trying to escape, was very useful. Of course, it was necessary to practice to a higher level, and then the speed would be even faster. But it was worth mentioning that although the speed increased after using it, the consumption of power would also increase. Using the first level doubled the speed limit, but also doubled the consumption of power. Using the second level doubled the consumption of power, and so on and so forth. When using the 9th level, one would obtain 9 times the speed limit, but at the same time, it should also increase of power consumption of power. Chunzong did not find it strange that one's efforts were proportional to one's gains. Now, he was ranked 999 on the Heavenly General ranking. He was the last one, but Chunzong believed that with his current strength, he could definitely continue to increase his ranking and reach a higher level. Ho's ranking had already risen to over 100, and Rui Suian, Deng Xing, Wu Dao, Qin Yin, and the others had all entered the Heavenly General ranking earlier than him. Now, their rankings had all risen to within 900. The talent of the origin race was indeed very shocking. Once they reached the divine phase realm, it was as if they had been further unearthed. At least 500 out of the 999 on the Heavenly General ranking were from the origin race. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Chunzong hadn't started his challenge yet, but he was the first to be challenged. The challenger was an origin race member who hadn't entered the Heavenly General ranking yet, but wanted to challenge it. Death Battle Arena. That origin race member stood still 1,000 meters away from Chunzong. His eyes darted around, sizing up Chunzong, as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. At the same time, there were also many pairs of eyes observing this place in the dark. Those were the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's strong cultivators, 4th Realm strong cultivators like the Hierarch, as well as 5th Realm strong cultivators. They were observing in secret to see the outcome of this battle and whether there was any cheating in the process. It was absolutely forbidden to cheat in order to be ranked on the Heavenly General ranking. As the first person to lose to me on the Heavenly General ranking, you should feel honored. This origin race member was from the same batch as Chunzong, so he naturally knew that Chunzong was a special human. However, at the Divine Phase realm, the talent of the origin race members would be further stimulated, and their improvement would be even faster and more shocking. Therefore, he didn't pay too much attention to Chunzong. Now, he had settled down for many years, and with his own talent, he continued to cultivate and improve his strength. He had reached a shocking height and was confident that he could challenge the Heavenly General ranking. His first target was Chunzong. Perhaps the one who should feel honored is you. Chunzong smiled slightly. With his godly perception, Chunzong didn't feel the slightest threat from the other party. In other words, the other party's strength might not be weak, but it was still inferior to him. Obviously, he was inferior to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt no threat at all. Do you think this is when you're still at the 2nd realm? The Origin clan member's expression darkened, and his eyes turned cold. His tyrannical power erupted in an instant. In an instant, a 6-meter-tall divine image appeared. It was a ferocious green lion, and it looked extremely ferocious. Its eyes were as deep as gems. As soon as the green lion Dharma idol appeared, it let out a shocking roar, shaking the surroundings. The sound waves rolled, and a gust of wind howled. In the next moment, the Origin race member's figure was like a mountain, and he suddenly punched out. The fist force of the punch took the shape of a green lion head. It opened its mouth and let out a shocking roar. It was very domineering, and the impact was shocking. Different cultivators' divine phases were not necessarily the same, especially for Qi cultivators. Their primordial spirit Dharma idols had thousands of forms. On the other hand, body cultivators' divine phases were more or less the same. There were only a few exceptions that were more unique, but at least there were similarities. Facing the punch, Chunzong didn't use AO Wu. Instead, he drew his sword and directly slashed out. Fight! Chunzong didn't use his full strength. He only used part of his Qi cultivator's strength to fight the Origin race member. He didn't even use AO Wu. He only used his superior swordsmanship to fight the enemy. On the 7th level of the battle tower, Chunzong had seen his opponent's extremely fast swordsmanship, and he had some inspiration. He had also tried it himself. From this, Chunzong thought of the only thing that Chun Xiu had comprehended, the way of slashing. Fast. Slash. This seemed to be a kind of extreme performance. Now, Chunzong was using speed. The speed of his swordsmanship was displayed. He slashed out one sword after another, and the sword light was endless. The Origin race member continued to use his full strength. He even used AO Wu. However, he realized that he couldn't do anything to Chunzong. Chunzong's swordsmanship was superb. He moved with ease and was extremely fast. It was as if he could always interrupt his attacks. Restraint. Invisibly, the Origin race member was restrained by Chunzong. He could only continue to explode and use more techniques in an attempt to break through the cage. However, he couldn't break through it. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. When it was about time, Chunzong didn't plan to continue fighting. This was because he had seen his opponent's techniques. Under the Heart Sutra, he had basically seen through it. Chunzong still didn't use AO Wu. However, such a sword was not only fast, but also contained astonishing power. It wasn't straight, but it drew an arc in the air. It was even harder to defend against. Hit! With a slight shake of the sword, a second force burst forth. Immediately, the sword pierced through the Origin race member's body. Even his primordial spirit Dharma form was pierced through. The sword chi exploded, wreaked havoc, and killed. Your strength. After the Origin race member was quickly revived, his expression was complicated. He was surprised and doubtful. He originally thought that he could defeat Chunzong. However, he didn't expect that his opponent's strength would be so strong. It seemed that he had defeated him without using his full strength. It was terrifying. However, Chunzong knew that his opponent's strength wasn't weak. At least, he wasn't weaker than himself when he was first ranked on the Divine General list. However, compared to now, his strength had increased by too much. They were not on the same level at all. My cultivation has basically reached the limit of my current stage. I can only continue to increase my strength if I further increase my cultivation in the upper limit of my realm. Chunzong thought to himself. His eyes flickered. If that's the case, it's time to move. Challenge. Chunzong immediately issued a challenge to someone who was ranked higher on the Divine General list. He directly jumped over 100 places and challenged the 899th place. It happened to be an expert of the demon tribe. After receiving Chunzong's challenge, Moroki was stunned at first. Then, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He loved to torture and kill other geniuses the most. In the past, anyone who challenged him and was weaker than him wouldn't be defeated so easily. Instead, they would be ruthlessly teased by him and then slowly tortured to death. He didn't expect that a human would dare to challenge him now. He really didn't know what death was. Indeed, one wouldn't die in the death battle arena, but it definitely wouldn't feel good. Well, it's been a long time since someone has challenged me. Moroki twisted his neck and made a series of explosive sounds. His ferocious aura also spread out. Death battle arena. Chunzong and Moroki arrived one after the other. Moroki looked at Chunzong with a bit of playfulness. His eyes were cold and as sharp as a blade, giving Chunzong the feeling that he was sizing up his prey. No, to be more precise, it was like a butcher sizing up cattle and sheep, as if he was trying to find a suitable place to cut. However, this kind of look had no effect on Chunzong. There was no need to say more. They just needed to fight. The 899th place represented a kind of strength. He should be stronger than Zhao Guan Yuan, but Chunzong didn't know if he could make him use his full strength. As for defeating him, Chunzong was sure. He was 100% sure. There was no need to doubt it. Moroki pulled out the long saber on his back with a backhand. The long saber was covered with fine saw teeth, which seemed to be stained with a little blood. It looked very scary and had an amazing killing intent. First cut. As soon as he finished speaking, Moroki's figure flashed. He drew a zigzag line and approached Chunzong in an instant. Then, he cut horizontally with his saber. Chapter 2509. In the death battle arena, a black light flickered and turned into a sharp line, crisscrossing. It seemed that the blade had turned into a line and was about to cut Chunzong into pieces. However, Chunzong stood on the death arena without moving a single step. With a sword in his hand, he waved it casually. It seemed to be messy and disorderly, like a child waving a tree branch. However, there was an indescribable sense of rhythm to it, and it blocked all the saber lights that came at him. It was so easy, so easy. No matter how hard you hit me, I won't move. Moroche looked terrible. He thought that he could kill Chunzong, but he found that all his attacks were blocked by his opponent's sword. He couldn't hurt him at all. Is this all you've got? Chunzong said, which made Moroche even more furious. However, this was all Moroche could do. No matter how furious he was, he couldn't exert more power. In that case, take my sword. Chunzong's Dharma form of primordial spirit was activated to the extreme. It grew to 24 meters tall, and the sword in his Dharma form of primordial spirit was also more than 3 meters long. It was even more amazing. In an instant, a dark cyan sword light broke through the air. It was extremely fast. Level 7 AO Wu. Wind Extreme Break. Moroche was shocked, but he couldn't dodge it. It was too fast. That sword. It killed him directly. Chunzong took Moroche's place, and Moroche's place was naturally swapped with Chunzong's. Without a pause, Chunzong immediately issued a new challenge. This time, his target was the 799th place. It was another 100 places higher. In this way, the change in strength would be more obvious. Ancient Beast Clan. Fight! In the fierce battle, Chunzong exerted all his strength in Qi refining and performed AO Wu to the extreme. Of course, he didn't use his level 9 AO Wu Lightning Grace because it wasn't necessary. Under the attack of the divine will of the wind chant, his opponent couldn't resist and was defeated. He was replaced by Chunzong, the 799th place. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Rising from a 999th rank to the 799th rank, the extent of this increase was undoubtedly astonishing. However, this was not the end. Chunzong continued to issue challenges. This time, his target was the 699th place, but unfortunately, the opponent was not there. Chunzong could only change his target to the 698th place. His opponent was a member of the Origin race. This time, Chunzong still did not use the power of the godly form of body refining. He only relied on the godly form of Qi refining. However, he performed the ninefold mixed killing secret method to the extreme. Chunzong had cultivated this secret method to the 6th level. Fight and win. This battle is going to be very difficult, Chunzong said to himself while the others were shocked. His victory in this battle could be said to be a narrow one. However, this was also because he had not used his full strength. If he had used his full strength, it would not have been difficult to defeat his opponent. However, it was also because of this that Chunzong's current ranking could only be the 698th place. He would not be able to advance any further in a short period of time. Everyone thought that Chunzong would stop there. They did not expect Chunzong to issue another challenge. Moreover, his opponent was not an opponent who was a few ranks higher than him, but the 598th place, which was another 100 ranks higher. Is he crazy? Aren't you being too confident? There are only two possibilities. Either he hid his strength in the previous battle, or his strength increased again after that battle. No matter what, since Chunzong issued a challenge, and the challenge person was in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he would naturally accept the challenge. In this battle, Chunzong unleashed the power of the godly form of body refining. When combined with the godly form of qi refining, his strength increased greatly. The combination of the power of qi refining and body refining, as well as the combination of the power of three great paths. However, Chunzong did not use the ninth order Ao Wu in the end. Defeating his opponent was even easier than in the previous battle. Advancing another 100 ranks had a completely different meaning. One must know that Chunzong's time in the godly form realm was not long compared to others. He did not have any advantages, and could even be said to be at a disadvantage. The proof of talent and strength could also be used to obtain benefits. For example, the cultivation time in the 9 great temples. For every 100 ranks he advanced, Chunzong would receive an additional year of cultivation time. For example, when he was in the 900th place, he would receive an additional year of cultivation time in the 9 great temples every 100 years. When he was between the 900th and 800th place, he would receive an additional 2 years every 100 years. When he was between the 800th and 700th place, it would become 3 years, and so on. Now, that Chunzong was in the 598th place. He would receive an additional 5 years of cultivation time in the 9 great temples every 100 years. An additional year every 100 years was like icing on the cake, but an additional 5 years every 100 years had an amazing effect. And as long as his ranking continued to rise, this time could be further increased. The 598th place should be enough. After all, Chunzong had already displayed the power of both qi refining and body refining. It was surprising that he could cultivate both qi and body refining at the same time, but it should be the case. Unexpectedly, Chunzong issued another challenge. He pointed his sword at the 498th place. Is he really going crazy? The 498th opponent's strength was extremely terrifying. Chunzong unleashed his qi refinement and body refinement godly image, but even with his full strength, he was completely at a disadvantage. You are no match for me. This person from the origin race threw out a kick, and the shadow of the kick swept across the sky like a moving mountain, wanting to crush everything. Its power was earth-shattering, and it was extremely powerful. Just admit defeat. The second kick was even more powerful and tyrannical than the previous one. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Under the opponent's kick technique, Chunzong could only keep retreating. Even if he did not break through the defense of the sword circle, he could not resist because the power contained in the opponent's kick was extremely fierce. It was as if the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging. It seems that he can only stop here. After winning the previous few challenges, he can't see his own strength clearly. He shouldn't be able to surpass so many ranks. The people who were watching in the dark said one after another. Chunzong kept retreating and dodging. He looked very embarrassed, but there was no panic in his eyes. There was only calmness in his eyes, and a trace of light flashed as he stared at his opponent. It seemed that it was time to use the 9th level Ao Wu's lightning grace. Standing still, Chunzong's eyes were extremely sharp. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and every strand of his hair was filled with a sharp aura. Immediately, everyone was attracted to him. He drew his sword. Fast. Extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was incomparably fast. In just an instant, a dark green sword light flashed, and like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the air. Lightning grace. It was too fast. It was unbelievably fast, so fast that his opponent could not react in time. On the other hand, his opponent had suppressed Chunzong and thought that Chunzong's strength was not as good as his. Therefore, he unconsciously looked down on him. He couldn't dodge it. He couldn't block it. The power of the 9 mysterious body protection technique on his body was broken and penetrated layer by layer. Chunzong won. This scene shocked everyone. 9th level Ao Wu. He actually mastered the 9th level Ao Wu. Those who knew the news were all surprised. The higher the level of Ao Wu, the harder it was to master it. There were too many prerequisites. There were not many people on the Heavenly General list who mastered the 9th level Ao Wu. They were only a small part of them. Unsurprisingly, Chunzong's ranking rose to 498th, which shocked many people. However, Chunzong did not stop and continued to issue challenges. He pointed his sword at 398th place. Fight! The strength of the 398th place was much stronger than that of the 498th place. He fought with all his strength. Fortunately, Chunzong had cultivated the lightning grace to the basic level, and its power was stronger. He won. Chunzong won again. He was ranked 298th. He fought again. After continuous challenges, people no longer said that Chunzong was crazy, because Chunzong won every battle. Who knew if he would win this battle again? Lightning Grace. 9th level mixed kill. During this period of cultivation, Chunzong could integrate the power of the 9th level mixed kill into the Lightning Grace, making it more powerful. Coupled with the instantaneous speed of the 9 Void Extreme Escape technique, Chunzong defeated his opponent and successfully ranked 298th. This is my limit, Chunzong said to himself. In order to defeat these 298 opponents, Chunzong had given it his all. He no longer held anything back. In other words, if his strength did not improve further, there was no need to continue to challenge. However, the continuous challenges from the 999th rank to the 298th rank was a total of 701 ranks increase. This kind of leap was astonishing, incomparably astonishing. Among the disciples in the same batch as him, only Sui Han's ranking was higher than his. The others, such as Sui Han, Deng Xing, Bladeless, and Green Nightmare, were all ranked below 400. As for Shi Zhang, he was the Origin Clan prodigy who had defeated him, but he still wasn't ranked on the Heavenly General ranking. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to be ranked on the Divine General list. Being ranked 298th, Chunzong could get 8 years of cultivation time in the 9 Divine Palaces every 100 years. Without hesitation, Chunzong entered the Sword Palace of the Middle Palace of the Divine Martial Palace to cultivate. There were 9 sword pillars in the Sword Palace of the Middle Palace, which represented the 9 mysteries of Sword Principle Ao Wu. Chunzong spent all his cultivation time in the Sword Palace of the Middle Palace of the Divine Martial Palace to comprehend. It was important to improve one's cultivation, but other aspects were important as well. Now, Chunzong's cultivation was at the high level of the Divine Manifestation realm. He had 9 Sword Principle Divine Patterns, 8 Heart Principle Divine Patterns, 7 World Principle Divine Patterns, a small success in Lightning Flash, and a divine image of 8 feet. This meant that Chunzong still had a lot of room for improvement. If he could raise his cultivation to the peak of the divine image realm, condense 9 Tao of heart and Tao of world divine marks, cultivate graceful lightning to large success or even perfection, and raise his divine image to 90 feet, then his strength would definitely soar. Chunzong, after Green Nightmare came out of seclusion, he received the news that Chunzong had entered the top 300 on the Divine General list. He was shocked. Without realizing it, Chunzong had surpassed him. After all, Qing Nightmare's ranking on the Heaven General ranking was still around 700. There was a huge gap between him and Chunzong, who was around 200. Even if Chunzong was stronger after coming out of seclusion, he still couldn't compare. Chapter 2510. Chunzong actually challenged the 298th ranked warrior on the Heavenly General's ranking. When Wang Zhan came out of seclusion and heard the news, he was extremely shocked. How long had it been? Even if he had a good harvest in the small scripture, it was impossible to improve so quickly. Although Yi Daolin's ranking continued to rise after he came out of the small Dao Trove, until he reached the 100th rank, that was within the span of 100 years, not just a few short years. They all came out of seclusion and expressed their shock. Chunzong, on the other hand, was constantly comprehending in the Sword Palace of the Divine Martial Palace. Under the 10 intents of mind, the effect of his comprehension was extremely shocking. Unknowingly, time passed, and the cultivation time in the 9 Divine Palaces was used up. Chunzong was also expelled. In his mind, countless inspirations emerged one after another. Every moment, there were many rays of light colliding. making Chunzong feel that he could grasp everything. Improve. The sword Wei Ao Wu that he had created himself had been improved further from the 7th order Ao Wu to the 8th order Ao Wu. The 9th order Ao Wu, fleeting lightning, had also been cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, but it was not so easy to improve it to the perfection realm. Chunzong estimated that his cultivation would have to break through to the peak of the divine manifestation realm first. Compared to before, his strength had increased again, but Chunzong understood that it would be difficult for him to enter the top 200. Since that was the case, there was no need to challenge. After returning to the Heart Sword Palace, Chunzong went into seclusion for another half a year. He took out one of the 3 treasures that he had obtained with the Ward Devil, a simple sword the length of a finger. The sword was cold and covered with mysterious patterns. At that time, Chunzong did not see anything special about it. After returning, he spent some time to study it, but he only felt that it was unfathomable, as if it contained extraordinary mysteries, but he could not decipher it. Therefore, Chunzong put the sword away. Now, he took it out again to study it. The patterns on the sword were intertwined with each other, filled with indescribable mysteries. Before, Chunzong felt like he was reading a heavenly book, but now, he faintly felt an indescribable sensation. There was a way. Chunzong immediately focused all his attention and activated the 10 realms of mind. He focused on one of the lines and started to comprehend it. As soon as he comprehended it, the pattern seemed to twist in an instant, like a dragon or a snake, as if it was about to come to life. Then, Chunzong felt an irresistible force pulling him. In an instant, he was directly pulled into a battlefield. Under Chunzong's gaze, the pattern twisted and turned into a figure holding a sword. The figure attacked with a sword. His experience, which had been honed through countless trials and tribulations, erupted subconsciously. He dodged and counterattacked. The sword-wielding figure was instantly shattered. But then, the other lines seemed to be attracted by it as well. They moved one after another and landed on the battlefield, turning into figures holding swords. They were densely packed, as if there were thousands of them scattered all over the place. An astonishing aura of sharpness spread out, filling all directions. Chunzong felt as if he had fallen into a sea of sword chi. He was horrified. Kill. Around him, there were sword-wielding silhouettes formed by sword chi waving their swords to attack. Straight stab. Horizontal cut. The swordsmanship displayed by the 2 figures holding swords was extremely simple. It was not Ao Wu, but very basic swordsmanship. However, it was the basic swordsmanship that made Chunzong feel threatened. It was as if it had returned to its original state and contained amazing power. Facing the attack, Chunzong naturally would not wait for death. He immediately waved his sword. But here, Chunzong found that his powerful strength seemed to have disappeared. What was left was the ordinary strength. Moreover, he could not perform Ao Wu. He could only perform swordsmanship. Fighting with swordsmanship. Regarding this, Chunzong did not panic at all. He had encountered similar situations many times before. Dodge, counterattack, and kill. In the outside world, Chunzong was holding the small sword. His eyes were fixed on it as he maintained a motionless posture. However, 3 of the patterns on the sword had disappeared one after another. The lines on the blade were actually broken by swordsmanship. No one knew who left them. As Chunzong kept fighting, the lines on the blade kept disappearing and disappearing. However, there were thousands of lines on the small blade. Even if dozens of lines disappeared, it was difficult to see them as a whole. But when more than 100 lines disappeared, it was obvious. 100 lines. 200 lines. When 300 lines disappeared, Chunzong's body suddenly shook. The light in his eyes dimmed. His head unconsciously raised back, as if it was suddenly pushed by an invisible force. Even his body leaned back and unconsciously took a step back. Defeated. In the beginning, Chunzong kept winning with his excellent swordsmanship. But as the number of opponents increased, Chunzong was besieged. The greater the pressure, the greater the threat. Finally, he was injured. Once he was injured, his strength was somewhat affected. He gradually fell into a disadvantageous position and was finally defeated. Just now, it was actually Chun Zong's consciousness that entered the small blade. It was very mysterious and magical. Chun Zong found that 300 lines on the small blade had disappeared. The number of sword-wielding figures that I killed is exactly 300. Chun Zong narrowed his eyes slightly. There must be a direct connection between them. Immediately, Chun Zong felt a suction coming from the blade. The surrounding chi of the universe was immediately absorbed. One of the 300 lines that had disappeared was condensing again, or in other words, recovering. At this speed, it would condense and recover in about 15 minutes. Although Chun Zong did not know what secrets were in the blade, he found that it was very beneficial for him to practice his swordsmanship when he entered it with his consciousness and fought with his enemies with his swordsmanship. But now he was killed in it and his consciousness felt weak. Chun Zong planned to enter it again after the feeling of weakness disappeared. The feeling of weakness in his consciousness did not last long. It disappeared after about 2 hours. However, when Chun Zong wanted to enter his consciousness into the blade again, he could not do it. What's going on? Staring at the blade, Chun Zong was a little surprised and doubtful. Could it be that he could only enter it once? If that was the case, wouldn't it be a pity? Looking at the lines that were condensing and forming, Chun Zong suddenly thought of something else. Could it be that he could only enter it again after the lines were completely replenished? 15 minutes later, a line was condensed and formed. Immediately, the second line was also condensing. Sure enough, it followed the pattern of 15 minutes. Then, did he really need to replenish all the lines on it before he could enter it again? Whether it was true or not, he would find out when he tried it. The recovery time for one vein line was 15 minutes, and there were 300 veins that needed to be recovered. There were 80 minutes in 2 hours, which meant that 8 veins could be recovered in 2 hours. Then, the recovery time for 300 veins would be 37.5 hours, which was a little more than 3 days. It was not long. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 days had passed. The 300 lines on the blade were completely restored. Chun Zong focused his mind again and stared at one of the lines. Slowly, Chun Zong felt that the line seemed to contain infinite mystery, as if it was about to come to life. In the next moment, an irresistible force burst out and directly wrapped Chun Zong's consciousness. In an instant, it left his body and entered the blade. There seemed to be a world of its own inside the blade. The sword chi fell and turned into figures holding swords, scattered in all directions. Every figure seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they were all filled with an amazing aura of sharpness. Kill! In an instant, a figure holding a sword rushed toward him. Suddenly, a sword pierced toward him. The swordsmanship seemed simple, but there was a kind of mystery in it that returned to simplicity. Chun Zong did not move, nor did he dodge. He only swung his sword, and the two swords clashed in that instant. After slightly pushing his opponent's sword aside, he borrowed the force of the collision to slightly increase the speed of his sword. It turned into a dazzling silver light that pierced through the air and directly pierced through his opponent's throat. Kill! Then, two sword-wielding silhouettes arrived with swords in hand. Chun Zong still did not move. He waved his sword. His swordsmanship was mysterious. Not only did he block the attacks of the two figures, but he also counterattacked and killed them in an instant. Compared to the first time, Chun Zong's swordsmanship did not improve in essence, but it was more efficient and more concise. The third group, for figures holding swords, came from 4 directions. The fourth group consisted of 8 sword-wielding silhouettes charging from all directions. The fifth group consisted of 16 sword-wielding silhouettes charging from all directions. The number of people in the next group was twice as large as the previous one. Moreover, their swordsmanship seemed simple, but it was very efficient. They simplified the complicated and abandoned the fancy, only keeping the original function. As the number of people increased, the threat to Chun Zong also increased. Chun Zong could no longer stay still. He had to move to deal with the attacks from all directions. Even though Chunzong's swordsmanship was excellent, he felt tired for a moment. After all, there were too many opponents, each of them with excellent swordsmanship and great threats. Kill, kill, kill. Chunzong's expression was incomparably calm. With a sword in hand, he showed no fear. He strived to make every sword move as simple and efficient as possible. He wanted to bring out his strength to the fullest, using the least amount of energy to achieve the greatest effect. This kind of battle was very intense. Although Chunzong could feel that he could recover his energy as soon as he used it, and that he was in a state of balance under his control, the battle was too intense, and it caused him to feel a deep sense of exhaustion. The enemies were not only the figures holding swords coming from all directions, but also the accumulated fatigue from a battle. The combination of the two factors had a greater impact on him. Fight, fight, fight. More and more figures holding swords died under his sword. Similarly, Chunzong, who had not been injured in the beginning, was gradually injured, and the sword wounds on his body were accumulating. When the 401st figure holding swords died under Chunzong's sword, Chunzong was also hit by 3 swords at the same time. Death. As Chunzong's consciousness returned to his body, an indescribable feeling of weakness spread out. 400 and one of the patterns on the sword disappeared. However, as Chunzong's consciousness left, the disappeared patterns began to recover. Chapter 2511. Every 3 days or so, the sword patterns on the blade would be restored. Chunzong could enter it again with his consciousness to challenge and sharpen his swordsmanship. Over and over again, his swordsmanship improved unknowingly. Even though it was still the 99 mysteries of the ninefold true sword, every mystery was improved from the basics, becoming more and more shocking. His swordsmanship became more concise, but its power increased unknowingly. However, the further he went, the more difficult it became. After all, there were more sword-wielding figures, which increased the pressure on Chunzong, making it difficult to deal with. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. Chunzong entered the sword blade to challenge many times, but he stopped at 999. After killing 999, he was also killed. This was already the 7th time, and he stopped at 999, unable to go beyond that. Bottleneck. Chunzong knew that he had reached a bottleneck, and this bottleneck was obviously not easy to break through. Chunzong had a premonition that if he could break through this bottleneck, his swordsmanship would improve greatly. It would not be an ordinary improvement, but a qualitative improvement. His swordsmanship would enter a new realm, a higher realm. However, it was very difficult. It was very difficult to break through. Chunzong had no clue at all. This time, Lin Ming came again. Senior. Chunzong bowed. He was very grateful to Lin Ming. If Lin Ming did not insist on accepting him into the Tao Alliance, it would be difficult for him to get these opportunities. Although his strength would improve, it would not be so fast. Without side effects, improving fast enough was an invisible advantage. He would not be left behind when competing with his peers, and even have the chance to catch up with the seniors. Many times, if he was one step ahead, as long as he kept moving forward bravely, he could be ahead of others. Come with me. I'll take you to see someone, Lin Ming said directly. Last time, Lin Ming came and took Chunzong to see someone. That person was the current leader of the Tao Alliance, the Primitive Emperor. What about this time? Was he going to see the Primitive Emperor again? Chunzong instinctively felt that it should not be. Then who could it be? The deputy leader of the Tao Alliance? Or a venerable of the Tao Alliance? Anything was possible. However, no matter who it was, he believed that Lin Ming would not harm him. Chunzong did not refuse and calmly followed him. The 7th heaven of the 9 heavens imperial court was the higher heavens heaven. The person Chunzong wanted to meet was in the higher heavens heaven. Under Lin Ming's lead, Chunzong arrived at a mountain peak. The mountain peak stood perfectly straight on the ground. From a distance, it looked just like a giant sword that pointed towards the heavens, giving off an astonishingly sharp aura. There seemed to be strands of aura surrounding the mountain peak, faintly discernible and containing an illusory feeling, causing the mountain peak to appear as though it existed between the real and the fake. This indescribable feeling of profoundness caused Qinzong to be inwardly astonished. This is the illusory sword peak. Lin Ming pointed at the peak and said, "I'll send you here. I won't go up." At the foot of the mountain, Lin Ming smiled at Qinzong and said, "Go up by yourself. The person you want to see is in the illusory sword palace at the top of the mountain." After saying that, Lin Ming smiled and turned to leave. Qinzong looked at Lin Ming's departing figure, then withdrew his gaze and looked at the mountain peak 10,000 meters away. This mountain peak was like a sword and seemed to be shrouded in a layer of illusory fog. It seemed to be very tall, but also not very tall. The illusory feeling was very strange. Illusory sword peak. Qinzong muttered to himself, "Whose cave abode is this?" There is no doubt that this should be the cave abode of a human or a member of the Tao Alliance. Otherwise, Lin Ming would not have brought him here. And a human who could have a cave abode in the seventh heaven must be a fifth-level expert. It should be known that a fourth-level expert like Lin Ming had a cave abode in the fifth heaven, not the sixth. From this point, it could be seen that the owner of this cave abode was not ordinary. Then who could it be? As he pondered, Qinzong stepped forward and quickly reached the foot of the mountain peak and began to climb. When Qinzong really stepped into the mountain peak, there seemed to be light and shadow twisting for an instant and then disappearing. Qinzong thought that it was an illusion. Climbing the mountain, step by step, Qinzong continued to climb. This was a staircase for climbing the mountain. Each step seemed to be made of white jade, pure and flawless, without a speck of dust. It was as if someone had been carefully wiping it at all times. It was so shiny that it could reflect one's reflection, and there was also a warm feeling to it. It was suffused with a faint halo. Walking on the stairs, Qinzong felt that the aura was peaceful. His whole body seemed to be immersed in it, and he felt very comfortable. He had a feeling that he would continue to walk on and not leave. Go. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Time passed by. Qinzong kept going up, but no matter how he walked, he could not reach the end. Suddenly, Qinzong stopped. His eyes, which were originally a little blurred and a little blissful, flashed by in a flash, and he instantly became clear again. Although I enjoyed it, it was ultimately an illusion. Qinzong sighed as if he was talking to himself. Soon after, he waved his hand casually as if he was brushing away a wisp of dust. In an instant, the white jade staircase seemed to have been eroded by thousands of years as it changed in an instant. Its smooth glow swiftly dimmed. Finally, it was covered with mottled spots, as if it was about to decay. I've seen through it. It's useless even if it's like this. Qinzong smiled gently again and waved his hand again. The mottled white jade staircase, which seemed to have decayed, changed again. It looked like an ordinary bluestone staircase with a bit of gray on it. At a glance, there were bits of gray and white ancient bluestone staircase. On both sides of the stairs, there were trees growing and strange stones scattered. It looked ordinary, but it contained an indescribable charm. And this was the real thing. Raising his head, Qinzong looked up and saw that there were still 100 steps left before he reached the top. It was just 100 steps, nothing much. Qinzong took 1 step at a time, and soon he had passed 100 steps and reached the peak. At the top of the peak, there was a sword palace. The sword palace was cyan, as if it was made of green jade. There seemed to be a faint layer of brilliance covering it. It was very exquisite, and Qinzong felt that it was simple and unadorned. Strangely, Qinzong had not seen anyone so far. For example, in the Heartsword Peak, there were other people besides him who were all attendants. Could it be that there were no attendants on the illusory Sword Peak? Stepping forward, Qinzong walked towards the Sword Palace. The door of the Sword Palace was closed. Just as Qinzong was about to knock on the door, he suddenly felt a wave of sword aura coming from afar. It directly attracted Qinzong's attention, because the wave gave Qinzong a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. A look of uncertainty flashed across Chunzong's face. Whose cave residence is this illusory sword peak? His guess should be right. It must be the cave residence of a human race expert in the Tao Alliance. But who is it? There were definitely 5th-level experts, but the Tao Alliance didn't lack 5th-level experts. In fact, it wasn't just 1 or 2. The Tao Alliance alone was more powerful than any of the Holy Lands in the Void. Even if the 4 great Holy Lands combined, they still wouldn't be a match for the Tao Alliance. For example, the Primitive Emperor. Chunzong felt that the Primitive Emperor was extremely terrifying. He was like a bottomless abyss. In the past, Chunzong had also met the first sovereign of the Heavenly Palace, who was also known as the first sovereign of the Void, the Master of Will. However, thinking back, the Master of Will was still inferior to the Primitive Emperor. Chunzong even guessed that the Primitive Emperor might have surpassed the 5th realm to become a 6th realm expert. In the Void, the Sovereign Realm was the ultimate, and the Sovereign Realm corresponded to the 5th realm in the universe. However, after cultivating, Chunzong deeply understood that even if it was the corresponding level, the strength of the cultivators in the universe was far superior to that of the Void. For example, in the 3rd realm, the Divine Image realm was much stronger than the Transcendent realm. It was at least several times stronger. Similarly, the difference between the Sovereign Realm and the 5th realm was at least several times stronger. Countless thoughts flashed through Chunzong's mind, but he didn't continue thinking. Since he was already here, there was no point in thinking more. Lin Ming said that he was bringing him to meet someone, but the prerequisite was that he had to get the permission of that person, which was the illusory Sword Peak Master's permission. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to come. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. The door of the illusory Sword Palace was closed, but there were sword aura fluctuations coming from other places. Chunzong thought about it, and immediately walked in the direction of the sword aura fluctuations. As he walked slowly, he felt that the sword aura in the air was getting clearer and clearer. It seemed to be giving off a kind of guiding feeling, as if it was telling Chunzong to walk over. This feeling was very strange, as if the aura was a living thing. This feeling was very novel and unprecedented for Chunzong. Was it his imagination? Or was it really so? Gritting his teeth, Chunzong's anxiety dissipated a little. He quickened his pace and quickly walked in the direction of the aura. The aura became more and more obvious, clearer and stronger. Finally, Chunzong saw a figure. The sword aura was constantly spreading out from that figure. Looking more carefully, the figure was holding a sword and dancing, practicing swordsmanship. It was a figure practicing swordsmanship. Every time he displayed a sword move, a wonderful aura would spread out. The aura filled the air and dissipated, forming a guide to guide Chunzong. However, when Chunzong arrived, the guiding aura disappeared. It was as if the aura really wanted to attract Chunzong. Chunzong did not get too close. Instead, he stared and observed from a distance. Some people were very afraid of being watched by others when practicing swordsmanship. It was okay if it was just ordinary swordsmanship, but if it was some more secret swordsmanship, they did not like to be seen by others. Experts all had their own temperaments. Chunzong did not know what kind of temperament this person had. If he angered him, it would not be good for him. However, as he looked at it, Chunzong had a feeling of being attracted. Unknowingly, he took a step closer. Because the distance was too far, although he could see it, it felt like it was separated by a layer of gauze or a layer of fog. There was a hazy feeling, and it was difficult to see clearly. The sword light danced, causing a slight sword wind to whistle endlessly. Sword shadows filled the air. Chapter 25:12. On the illusory Sword Peak, 100,000 meters away from the Sword Palace was the Eagle Beak Cliff. Someone was practicing swordsmanship there. When Chunzong came to a certain distance away, he stopped again. He did not continue forward for fear of disturbing the person practicing swordsmanship. The person was wearing a sky blue sword robe. His long hair was naturally scattered. With a sword in his hand, he seemed to be moving slowly, but there was a feeling of extreme speed. The sword light was indescribably hazy and illusory. Layers of sky-blue halos pervaded the surroundings. It was difficult to distinguish what was real and what was illusory. As he watched, Chunzong suddenly came to his senses and looked away. If he continued to watch, his mind and will would be shaken, as if he was about to be pulled into some kind of illusion. After a few breaths, Chunzong turned his head again and saw the hazy and illusory sky-blue sword light pervading the surroundings. A kind of aura full of illusions also covered a large area. Chunzong felt that the aura of illusions in this swordsmanship was much stronger than the one on the 7th floor of the Thousand Illusions building. Otherwise, he would have been able to resist it. After watching for a while, Chunzong had to look away again to get rid of the feeling of falling into an illusion. After a few breaths, he recovered and looked at it again. His opponent's swordsmanship seemed to be very advanced. At least, it was better than his own. However, it was not so advanced that he could not understand it. What really surprised Chunzong was the aura of illusion. Every sword move was filled with wisps of illusory aura. It was as if every sword move could create an illusion. It was a very strange feeling. It seemed that this was no longer a simple swordsmanship. It seemed to have gone beyond the scope of swordsmanship and reached a higher level. It vaguely touched Chunzong in an indescribable way. For a moment, Chunzong was itching to try it himself. He felt that only by trying it himself could he truly understand the mystery of it. However, if he did not attack without permission, it would be a kind of disrespect. This was not Chunzong's principle. As if it had sensed Chunzong's thoughts, all of a sudden, a ferocious azure sword light pierced through the air. Since that was the case, Chunzong let go of all his worries. He unsheathed his sword and counterattacked. At the moment when the two swords collided, Chunzong only felt a flash in front of his eyes. His opponent disappeared, and he seemed to have appeared in a green mountain with clear water. There was no enemy. However, Chunzong felt a sense of danger erupt out of nowhere. His mind power surged, and the heart Dao tattoo also trembled at this moment, causing him to wake up. A sword glow had unknowingly passed by his sword and pierced towards him at an extremely close distance. Chunzong was horrified. He quickly realized what had happened and retreated quickly. At the same time, he swung his sword again. The moment the sword light touched, Chunzong felt that the sword in front of him disappeared, and he appeared in a place of burning lava. The aura was extremely hot, as if it was going to burn him into ashes. An illusion. It was all an illusion. Every time the sword touched, an illusion would appear. By the time Chunzong saw through the illusion, his opponent's sword had already reached him. In fact, Chunzong had a feeling that his opponent didn't have any killing intent. If not, the first sword strike would have been sufficient to kill him. It was as though his opponent wanted him to observe a sword art that was even more profound and unfathomable. It was a type of enlightenment and guidance. One strike after another, each strike would bring Chunzong into an illusion, but Chunzong would also get out of the illusion in an instant. However, it was only a fleeting illusion, but it was enough to kill Chunzong. Swordsmanship. Chunzong displayed his superb swordsmanship and displayed everything he had learned. He found that as long as his sword did not collide with his opponent's sword, he would not be affected by the illusion. However, it was difficult because his opponent's swordsmanship was also superb, even better than his own. Excited at the sight of a hunter, even when he was at a disadvantage, Chunzong was very tenacious and tough. He did not feel like he was going to be defeated. Again and again, he broke out from the disadvantage and fell into the disadvantage again and again, forming a cycle. If he was not strong-willed enough, facing such failure, he would probably feel frustrated and disheartened and eventually give up. However, Chunzong would not. He forced himself to endure the fatigue and powerlessness and displayed his swordsmanship again and again, honing and improving himself through swordsmanship. Pressure was his motivation to improve. Tenacity. Chunzong was grateful for his father Chun Jungfan's teaching when he was young. constantly strive for self-improvement. At that time, he was born with weak qi and blood, so it was difficult for him to cultivate. However, he was unwilling to give up. His father kept encouraging him to maintain the belief of constantly striving for self-improvement. It was deeply rooted in his heart, body, and soul. Because of this, in the following years, Chunzong kept moving forward. He encountered setbacks and difficulties again and again, but he did not feel discouraged or give up. Instead, he followed his father's teaching when he was young, constantly striving for self-improvement, overcoming difficulties, and sharpening himself to become more and more tenacious. The illusion disappeared as if it had been shattered. When Chunzong came to himself, his opponent's sword had been sheathed without him noticing. Slightly stunned, Chunzong subconsciously sheathed his sword. In front of him, a man in a sky-blue robe was looking at him with a smile. He looked like a young man, but also like a middle-aged man. There seemed to be a faint green light in his eyes, which was somewhat illusory, as if it was reflected in the water. It also seemed that everything in front of him, including Chunzong's figure, was reflected in his eyes. It was a very wonderful feeling. Junior Chunzong greets Senior. Chunzong immediately saluted with his sword. "You are very good." The other party opened his mouth. His voice was like a cool breeze, with an indescribable illusory feeling, which would affect people with weak divine intent. However, Chunzong's divine intent was very strong and had reached the second realm, so he was not affected. "But I wonder why Senior has summoned me?" Chunzong asked. He was completely sure that the other party wanted to see him. "My name is Mo Wui." The other party did not say why Chunzong was summoned. Instead, he said his name first. Mo Wui. Chunzong was shocked, but immediately he understood. Back then, when he was in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion of the Taoist Alliance, he received a book called Mo Wui's Sword Practice Experience. He was inspired by it, and successfully separated the heart-sword doctrine into the complete heart-sword doctrine and sword doctrine, which allowed him to embark on the path of cultivation in the universe. Before the start of the disciple assembly, Chunzong heard that 10,000 years ago, there was a human who was ranked 13th. That person was called Mo Wui. When Chunzong's cultivation reached the God Phase realm, he heard about the heavenly general ranking. He also knew that there was a human in the Taoist Alliance who was ranked 4th on the heavenly general ranking, which was also Mo Wui. Mo Wui was his name, and he also had another title, Illusory Sword King. In the universe, the 5th level could be called a king. Without a doubt, Mo Wui left a very deep impression in Chunzong's heart. Chunzong remembered very clearly that in the book, Mo Wui's Sword Doctrine, Mo Wui once said that his illusory sword doctrine was divided into the complete illusory sword doctrine and the complete sword doctrine. Then, what the other party used just now should be a sword technique that was integrated with the illusory sword doctrine. The leader of the Primitive Emperor Alliance mentioned you to me not long ago, and I also paid attention to your situation. Mo Wui said slowly. Compared to me in the past, you are even more outstanding. As he said that, Mo Wui turned around and walked towards the protruding eagle beak. He faced the sea of clouds with his hands behind his back, and an unfathomable aura spread out. That aura spread out in all directions, enveloping an area. Suddenly, it was filled with illusory colors. Your sword technique is the best among your peers. Mo Wui said again. However, your sword technique has reached a bottleneck, right? Yes. Please give me some pointers. Chunzong's eyes lit up slightly as he replied immediately. He felt that the sword technique that the other party used was obviously better than his, but not by a lot. It was still on the same level, but more efficient. However, the power that the other party's sword technique contained was mysterious and unfathomable, and it was not something that he could possess. It was very shocking. Mo Wui was a 5th level expert, an expert that could be called a king. On the path of the sword, he was already ahead of Chunzong. If Chunzong could get some pointers from him, it would only be beneficial. Your sword technique has already reached the peak of the basics. Although it can still be improved, it is still within the scope of the basic sword technique, and not a qualitative change. Mo Wui's back was facing Chunzong, and he faced the sea of clouds. He said slowly, above the basic sword technique is called the Great Path sword technique. Great Path sword technique. Chunzong repeated. It sounded much more advanced than the basic sword technique, and it also seemed to contain an indescribable power. The so-called Great Path sword technique is the true art of the sword. It is a technique that combines other great paths with the sword, Mo Wui said, and it sounded a little mysterious. Combine. Chunzong caught the word. That's right. The foundation of the Great Path sword technique is the sword technique that combines the power of the Great Path. Mo Wui's tone was full of certainty. Chunzong could not help but become excited. The combination of the power of the Great Path was not superposition. Superposition was the superposition of the power. It was like 1 + 1 = 2. Fusion, on the other hand, was a change that exceeded 1 + 1 = 2. After fusion, the power would generally become stronger and more shocking. On the other hand, the Great Path sword technique was the application of the combination of the power of the Great Path. Chunzong's understanding was basically in line with the truth. Then the question was, how could he break through the basic sword technique and reach the level of the Great Path sword technique? This was the key. Chunzong hoped that Mo Wui could give him some pointers. Mo Wui did not say anything. He only turned his head in an instant. His eyes were filled with an illusory green color, as if the green clouds in the sky were floating. They were filled with an incomparably mysterious aura. In an instant, his gaze focused and rushed directly into Chunzong's eyes. In an instant, Chunzong's body trembled. He only felt that everything in front of him had disappeared. There was only a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him, as if there was a thick fog, and he was falling continuously. It was as if he was falling continuously from a high altitude. The vast expanse of white fog in front of him was also surging upwards with his falling body. This feeling was like going against the flow. For a moment, Chunzong could not tell whether he was falling or rushing upwards. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest house. Chapter 25:13. Falling. Rushing up. Chunzong couldn't tell which one it was, but all of them made his hair stand on end. Gradually, Chunzong was sure that he was falling, because the fog was gradually dispersing, and he could see below. It seemed to be a silver light. The brilliant silver light spots were like twinkling stars, and they emitted a sharp aura. Immediately, Chunzong's expression changed. When Chunzong took a closer look, he realized that there were no stars below. Instead, there were countless swords pointing up into the sky. Every sword light was astonishingly sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. Chunzong couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He felt as if his body was about to be pierced through, as if there were 10,000 swords piercing through his heart. Stop. No matter what, he had to stop. Otherwise, if he fell, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. He would be pierced through and die immediately. At this moment, Chunzong had forgotten everything else. He only thought that this was real. However, Chunzong was still falling. He couldn't stop at all. His strength had disappeared without him noticing. Falling continuously. The sharpness was getting more and more intense. The sharp swords seemed to be shooting up to the sky and killing him. His hair stood on end. However, it also made Chunzong's spirit and was highly concentrated. His pupils contracted to the size of needles. There was great terror between life and death, and great opportunity under great terror. However, whether or not one could seize the great opportunity depended on oneself. Concentrate. High-intensity concentration of spirit, chi, and spirit. High-intensity concentration of spirit and will. Everything was concentrated. Between life and death, Chunzong could only do this. He tried his best to fight for a chance of survival. Since he couldn't stop, then he would burst out all his strength and condense all his strength into one. Chop! Chop off the swords below. As long as he could chop them off, he wouldn't be pierced when he fell. Opportunity. Certainty. Chunzong's pupils became more and more focused. Finally, they focused on a single point, and so did all of his strength. In that instant, Chunzong forgot that he had lost his power and also forgot that he had nothing in his hands. This was because all of his thoughts were completely focused on him. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand before abruptly waving it through the air. A buzzing sound instantly sounded, and a faintly discernible cold light gathered in an instant. It was as if an illusory figure had condensed into a sword shadow. There seemed to be a faint silver light spreading over the sword shadow. The sword swung out, carrying all the power, instantly slashing out and chopping down. Chunzong's body dropped down as well, as if he had been pierced. However, he had not been pierced because in that instant he had slashed out with his sword. That slash had severed the blade of the sword below him. After that, the boundless white mist surged like a tide and swept over, swallowing everything including Chunzong's figure. In the next moment, Chunzong woke up. The white fog and the blade of the sword had all disappeared. It was like a dream. Of course, Chunzong knew very well that it was just an illusion. It was just that it was too real. During that time, Chunzong thought that it was real. Have you found the feeling? Mo Wui asked with a smile. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered the last slash in the illusion. That feeling was very strange and mysterious, but it also had an indescribable power. I found it. Chunzong immediately answered. Remember that feeling. That is the prerequisite for you to master the great way of the sword. Mo Wui smiled and said, All right, if there is nothing else, you can leave first. Thank you for your advice. Chunzong immediately bowed to Mo Wui with his sword. It turned out that Mo Wui's purpose of summoning him was to give him pointers on the great way of the sword. To Chunzong, this was a good opportunity. That feeling. After bidding farewell to Mo Wui, Chunzong walked down the illusory sword peak. Along the old and mottled bluestone steps, he walked down the mountain step by step, reminiscing about that feeling. However, that feeling was very subtle. For a moment, there was only a lingering feeling. Chunzong could not directly grasp it. Looking at Chunzong's back, Mo Wui's expression was indifferent. His eyes were very calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chunzong's cave mansion was in the 6th layer of heaven, so he couldn't stay in the 7th layer of heaven for long. After leaving the illusory sword peak, Chunzong quickly passed through the portal and returned to the 6th layer of heaven. Along the way, Chunzong was running the One Heart Sutra, constantly comprehending. He followed the lingering rhythm to feel the feeling of the sword in the illusion. That feeling was indescribable. Touch. The touch under the great pressure of life and death allowed one's potential to erupt. At that moment, he forgot everything and dug out the deepest layer of his strength. He condensed it into a line and released it in an instant. After returning to the Heart Sword Peak, Chunzong tried his best to comprehend it. However, although the touch was there, it was very difficult to truly grasp it. Even when Chunzong activated the 10 intents of mind, it was the same. The effect was not good. Great way of the sword. Chunzong whispered to himself. His eyes were full of passion. The basic level of the sword technique was the basic sword technique. All along, Chunzong's sword technique had been improving from the low level to the high level. However, there was no qualitative change. It was only an improvement in the basic sword technique. Only now did he know that above the basic sword technique was the great way of the sword. There was a qualitative difference between the great way of the sword and the basic sword technique. However, the basic sword technique was the prerequisite to mastering the great way of the sword. Without cultivating the basic sword technique to a certain level, it was impossible to comprehend the great way of the sword. However, even if one cultivated the basic sword technique to the extreme, one might not be able to master the great way of the sword. The gap between levels and realms was not so easy to cross. Chunzong did not know how long it took Mo Wui to cross the threshold from the basic sword technique to the level of the Great Way of the Sword. He did not want to investigate because whether Mo Wui was fast or slow had nothing to do with him. It would not help him to master the Great Way of the Sword. After a few tries, although he still remembered the feeling, he still could not enter it. Could it be that I have to face life and death again? Chunzong could not help but think. Facing life and death could further stimulate one's potential. It was possible to find that feeling again. As long as one found that feeling more and more times, it would become clearer and clearer. In the end, one would be able to truly master it. However, that method was very dangerous. If one was not careful, one would die. Fortunately, I have a treasure. Chunzong took out the small sword. The patterns on it had completely recovered. His consciousness entered the sword once again. He entered the battlefield again and faced thousands of sword-wielding figures. Fight! Kill! Chunzong continued to sharpen his sword technique until the external pressure was enough. Then, he tried to stimulate that feeling. However, it was very difficult. Wave after wave, he kept killing. When Chunzong killed the 999th sword-wielding figure, he could not break through the shackles. He was killed by the other sword-wielding figures. I can't find that feeling. Chunzong's consciousness returned, and he started to ponder. Just now, he was indeed facing a life and death crisis. However, he could not concentrate all his strength like before and unleash it in an instant. This was because when he was facing a life and death crisis, he still had the energy to think and think of other things. In a moment, Chunzong understood a lot. He realized one thing, which was the Heart Sutra. All along, the Heart Sutra had been a great help to him. Without the Heart Sutra, he would not have been able to reach where he was now. However, now, Chunzong felt that the Heart Sutra seemed to be an obstacle for him to break through the shackles and find that feeling to master the Great Way of swordsmanship. Because of the Heart Sutra's multitasking, it made his thinking more comprehensive and sharper. At the same time, it also meant that he had more distracting thoughts. Usually, these distracting thoughts were not really distracting thoughts and would not have any effect. However, when he wanted to find that feeling, they would become real distracting thoughts. Chunzong kept thinking about the feeling when he entered the illusion at Mo Wui's place. At that time, he had unknowingly forgotten about everything else. He did not even realize that he had lost his strength and his sword had disappeared. What was more shocking was that he did not even know what was going on. Only now that he thought about it, he could feel that strange and natural state at that time. In that state, everything about him seemed to have become blank like a piece of white paper. Under the pressure of a life and death crisis, under that kind of great terror, he unleashed all his potential and displayed that kind of swordsmanship. Of course, that was not the real Great Way of swordsmanship. It was only half a step away from the basic swordsmanship and half a step into the Great Way of swordsmanship. Could it be that I have to face real life and death? Chunzong could not help but think. Chunzong subconsciously knew that life and death in the sword would not be real life and death. Similarly, life and death in the death arena and the battle tower would not be real life and death. Although he would die if he was killed, that kind of death was a kind of death that could be revived. It was not a real death. Real death was when one's body died and there was no way to recover. In the illusion created by Mo Wui, he kept falling. At that moment, he thought that he would really die. It was because of this that he was able to unleash all his potential. Since that was the case, Chunzong quickly made the decision to go out and gain experience. This time, his main goal was to gain insight into the Great Way of swordsmanship. However, before he went out to gain experience, he could also see if there were any suitable missions. He could kill two birds with one stone by combining the missions and training. Although there were no more mandatory missions after being listed on the Heavenly General roll, completing missions would still give him rewards. Some of the rewards were so generous that even those who were listed on the Heavenly General roll would be moved. After looking around, Chunzong finally found a mission that was more suitable. It was an escort mission. The final reward was to enter Mount Wu Wang to temper his divine will for a month. Although a month of tempering in Mount Wu Wang's divine will might not be very effective and might not even have any obvious improvement, many little drops made an ocean. Chapter 25:14. Heaven Continent was one of the many continents in the universe. There were hundreds of islands on Heaven Continent. A small portion of them were barren, and even birds were extinct. However, most of the islands were inhabited by living beings. Most of them were from the origin race, but there were also other races. For example, the demon dragons that Chun Zong killed during the mission. The target of this mission was a member of the origin race. To be precise, it was a young member of the origin race. The mission was to escort this young member of the origin race out of Heaven Continent into the neighboring Thundercloud Continent. Once they reached one of the islands on Thundercloud Continent, the mission would be considered completed. After that, Chun Zong could return to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and receive his reward. Although Thundercloud Continent and Heaven Continent were neighbors, the distance between them was not short. Even if a Third Realm cultivator traveled at full speed, it would still take 2 to 3 years. Of course, Third Realm cultivators did not have the ability to fly in the air yet. Only Fourth Realm cultivators could do that. Hence, to cross the continent, they had to take a flying ship. Through the Realm Gate, Chun Zong soon arrived at the destination of the mission, an island. He then followed the directions to the exact destination and came to a courtyard. There he saw the target of his escort. It was indeed a very young person. Chun Zong guessed that he was not very old. You are the Nine Heavens Imperial Court disciple who accepted the mission. Beside the target of the mission was a similarly young woman. Her eyes were sharp and her lips were thin. She was staring coldly at Chun Zong. She seemed to be scrutinizing him, and her tone was somewhat interrogative. Yes, Chun Zong replied unhurriedly. If you're not from the origin race, what race are you from? What is your cultivation level? The woman asked again. I am from the human race. My cultivation level is at the advanced level of the divine aspect realm. Chun Zong replied unhurriedly. The woman's expression changed drastically when she heard that. Her eyes became even colder with a hint of anger. She immediately shouted, You are not from the origin race, and you are a human with mediocre talent at the advanced level of the divine aspect realm. What right do you have to accept this mission? Do you have the ability to complete this mission? We'll know when the time comes. Chun Zong was not angry at all. His tone was still neither fast nor slow, and his expression did not change. Chun Zong's lukewarm attitude seemed to have infuriated the woman. A strong and cold aura erupted from her body like a surging tide. All right, 10th month. Since this sir can accept missions, it means that he is ranked in the Heavenly General's role of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The target of the mission, the handsome young man from the origin race, smiled and stopped the woman who was about to explode. He then looked at Chun Zong and said, Sir, since you've accepted this mission, I'll leave it to you. Okay. Chun Zong's response was straightforward and simple. Of course, this was also Chun Zong's style. Since he had accepted the task, he had to do it well and complete it in order to receive the reward. Receiving the reward was one thing, but the most important thing was that Chun Zong would not allow any carelessness to lead to the failure of the mission. Then please choose a room to rest in. We'll set off 3 days later when everyone has arrived. The young man from the origin race smiled and said, Oh yes, I'm Najun. Okay. Chun Zong nodded and casually found a room in the courtyard. He rested and meditated at the same time. Young master, even if this person is ranked in the Heavenly General's role, his ranking is definitely very low. It's highly likely that he is ranked after the 900th rank. After Chun Zong left, Najun and 10th Month returned to the room. 10th Month frowned and said impatiently, Moreover, he's a human without any special talent. If he encounters any danger, he probably won't be of much use. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court selection of disciples is very strict. The Heavenly General's role is even more valuable. Even if he's a human, being able to be ranked in the Heavenly General's role is enough to show that his strength is not ordinary. Najun said seriously. Also, the reward for this mission has already been given to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The mission has also been accepted. If we chase this person away, it's the same as giving up on this mission, and we won't be able to get back the reward. Therefore, since he has accepted this mission, we'll let him do his part. Hearing Najun's words, although 10th Month was still a little annoyed, he still felt a little better. Soon after, he revealed a cold smile and said, "That human probably thinks that young master needs to rely on his strength. Fortunately, young master has already prepared for both sides." Najun smiled and did not say anything else. Chunzong, of course, knew that the target of this mission was Najun. Although he spoke very politely and courteously, in his heart, he did not think highly of himself. After all, the combination of a human and a high-level divine aspect realm cultivator would not give others the feeling that they were strong. Especially in the universe, the origin race was a much stronger race than the human race. It was normal for them to look down on the mediocre human race. That was a sense of superiority that was rooted in their bones. It was like an aristocrat looking down on a commoner. It was a very normal feeling. Of course, if the other party did not think highly of him, Chunzong did not care. He only needed to complete the mission well. At the same time, he could also train himself well. The most important thing was to find the opportunity to break through and master the true Great Tao sword technique. The secondary thing was to complete the mission and get the reward. For 3 days in a row, Chunzong did not appear. Instead, he stayed in his room and cultivated quietly, because the mission had not officially begun. After 3 days, Chunzong walked out of his room. Other than Chunzong, there was the escort target, Najun, and Najun's personal bodyguard, 10th Month. Both of their cultivations were in the divine aspect realm. Moreover, they had reached the peak of the divine aspect realm. In addition to their identities as origin race members, their talents were not bad and their strength was not weak. Of course, they were not as strong as Chunzong. Even though they had not fought, Chunzong knew that the two of them were not his opponents. They were not a threat to him at all. The divine sense had been born when he had broken through to the spirit ascension layer in the void. In the void, his senses had been sharper and clearer. However, after arriving in the universe, although it still existed, it was not as clear. He could only make a rough judgment. Apart from the 3 of them, there were 30 other people who had come with them. They seemed to be a team. That's right, they were a team called the Sky Beacon Team. They were mainly a gathering of rogue cultivators. In the universe, rogue cultivators were not synonymous with weak. Because the universe was vast and there were many opportunities, many rogue cultivators dared to fight and obtain good opportunities, greatly increasing their strength. They were very impressive. The Sky Beacon Team was a group of independent cultivators. They cultivated together and traveled together. However, what they did most of the time was to escort people. They were specially hired to escort people across the void and protect their targets. In the Sky Continent, the Sky Beacon Team was one of the more famous teams. It took a lot of effort to hire them to escort people. "Captain, this is a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. He is ranked on the Heavenly General List and is quite strong. He will escort me with you," said Najun to the members of the Sky Beacon Team. The captain of the Sky Beacon Team frowned and looked displeased. Just as he was about to say something, Najun added, "Of course, we will pay you the full amount we promised you." The captain of the Sky Beacon Team did not say anything after hearing Najun's words. He looked at Chunzong and said, "The Sky Beacon Team will be in charge of this escort mission. Don't interfere." Chunzong nodded indifferently. Seeing Chunzong like this, the Sky Beacon Squad was a little unhappy, but they didn't say anything. The Sky Beacon Squad had a pretty good reputation in the escort world, and they had completed many escort missions. Their evaluations were quite good, and they had long had their own set of rules. They didn't allow outsiders to interfere because it would only interfere with their arrangements, and so on. They hoped that Chunzong knew what was good for him. Otherwise, Even if he was a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, they would not be polite. Chunzong could sense that the 30 members of the Sky Beacon team were all at the third level of the godly phase realm. 6 of them were at the peak of the godly phase realm, while the rest were at the high and middle levels of the godly phase realm. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. It was obvious that they had been through many life or death battles. They were truly elites who had been honed by life and death situations. The difference between those who had been honed by life and death situations was obvious. The captain of the Sky Beacon team even gave Chunzong a slight sense of threat, which meant that he was not weak. He might even be ranked on the heavenly general roll. Of course, he was not a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, so he could not be ranked on the heavenly general roll, but his strength was undeniable. "Young Master Najun, shall we set off now?" asked the captain of the Sky Beacon team. "All right, thank you," said Najun with a smile. The members of the Sky Beacon squad immediately spread out. Although they appeared to be scattered, everyone's positions were carefully chosen and could change accordingly. If they were attacked, they would be able to react quickly and provide reinforcements everywhere. They also protected Najun securely. Naturally, October and Chunzong were also in the center of their protection. From Chunzong's point of view, he had to admit that the Sky Beacon squad was very professional. Double insurance. Najun really had double insurance. This was good too. It would be best if they could complete their escort mission safely. The Sky Beacon team had their own space-crossing airship. This time, they were going to cross the void between Sky Continent and Thunder Continent, so it came in handy. The space-crossing airship set off and flew towards the outside. Its speed slowly increased and eventually reached its limit. However, this space-crossing airship couldn't travel through the void like the space-escaping airships. It could only rely on its speed to continue its journey. Chunzong was arranged a room in the space-crossing airship. He had not come out. He stayed in the room and focused on cultivating. His cultivation techniques, comprehension of the Great Path, comprehension of swordsmanship, comprehension of Ao Wu, and so on, were all cultivated, comprehended, and improved under the One Heart Sutra. Advancing together, this was an ability that countless people envied. Najun and you were also staying in their room, quietly cultivating. Although they were not considered as geniuses in the origin race, their cultivation could not be neglected. If they were strong enough, why would they pay such a high price to hire someone to escort them? Chapter 25:15. It was the first time Chunzong had left the Sky Continent in the Sky Continent. Without the cultivation of the divine aspect realm, one was not qualified. Of course, if there were cultivators of the 4th or 5th level accompanying him, he could give a try. A cultivator of the 3rd level was only qualified to go out and explore. Speaking of which, this escort mission was actually a cliché. He was the illegitimate son of the leader of a powerful family in Thundercloud's continent. Since he was young, he hadn't received much attention. He had only received some basic resources before he was sent away. When he came to Thundercloud's continent, he had relied on his own ability to build a foundation and developed well. Of course, he could not be compared to the patriarch of an island. Now, the patriarch was in a critical situation and was not far from death. His son had unfortunately died when he went out to explore, causing the patriarch to lose his successor. Najun was an illegitimate son and had the patriarch's blood running through his veins. His abilities were not bad, so he was remembered. The patriarch wanted Najun to come back and become the patriarch's successor. However, when a patriarch became powerful, there would inevitably be different voices and different factions. There were 2 major factions in the Patriarch's faction and the Great Elder's faction. The Great Elder's faction naturally wanted the Great Elder's son to become the Patriarch's successor and take over the Patriarch's position. The 2 sides fought openly and secretly and finally made an agreement. The Patriarch's faction could not help Najun and let Najun return to the island in Thundercloud's continent with his own ability. The Great Elder's son could not use the Great Elder's faction's power to stop Najun's return with his own ability. This was equivalent to fighting for the Patriarch's position. Of course, everyone in the Patriarch's faction knew that the Great Elder's son and Na Zhen could not rely on their own ability to invite a 4th-level cultivator to help. The highest they could invite was a 3rd-level cultivator. Although this was a cliché story, there was still a lot of danger involved. However, the danger had not come yet, so Chunzong did not care. Even if the danger came, Chunzong would not help as long as the Sky Beacon team could withstand it. After all, the Sky Beacon unit was quite strong. Of course, Chunzong was confident that he could defeat the Sky Beacon unit. Therefore, if there was any trouble that the Sky Beacon squad could handle, then there was no need for him to do anything. If it was beyond what the Sky Beacon squad could handle, then it was time for him to take action. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The flying shuttle flew through the universe, never stopping. In the universe, everything was dark and boundless. In the distance, there were countless specks of starlight that flickered, appearing extremely beautiful. Even after a month of peace, the Sky Beacon Division did not let down their guard. Not only did they arrange for teams to guard the perimeter, but they also sent people out to patrol and investigate further. Although Third Realms were unable to truly fly in the air, it was not a problem for them to hover in the air for a short period of time. In the universe, they had the basic ability to survive. Therefore, Third Realms were required to truly go out and train. This was because only Third Realms could survive in the universe and unleash their strength in the universe. Moreover, in the universe, the ability of Third Realms to hover in the air for a short period of time would be significantly enhanced. As long as they did not stray too far from the flying shuttle and returned within a certain period of time, they would be able to do so. A few days later, a flying shuttle appeared and stopped in front of them. Many figures also appeared from the flying shuttle. There were dozens of figures, and every one of them had the aura of a Third Realm. They were filled with malice. "Are they here?" Na Zhen stood on the deck of the flying shuttle and looked forward with a serious expression. "We are the Sky Beacon Division. Who are you?" The Sky Beacon Division leader stood at the bow of the flying shuttle and announced his identity loudly. "Haha, who are we? Little ones, tell them who we are." The one-eyed man in the lead carried a menacing mace and stepped on the bow of the flying shuttle with one foot. His single eye flashed coldly, and he had a sinister smile on his face. "That's great. We're the Wind Wolf Bandits." The other men beside him laughed sinisterly. Wind Wolf Bandits. The expressions of the Sky Beacon Division members changed. They had obviously heard of the Wind Wolf Bandits before. The universe was vast, and there were many influential groups and independent cultivators. Some independent cultivators became independent cultivators, but most of them would join forces and form groups. Only those who were truly strong were qualified to become independent cultivators. Otherwise, they would be considered arrogant, conceited, and reckless. There were good and evil people, and those independent cultivator groups were naturally the same. Some of them became bandits who robbed and killed. The Sky Continent and the Thundercloud Continent did not represent the entire universe. They were only a part of it. However, the Wind Wolf Bandits were considered a famous group of bandits on the Sky Continent and the Thundercloud Continent. The Bandit Group and the Guard Group stood on opposite sides. As a Guard Group, the Sky Beacon Division had encountered many bandit groups, but they had never encountered a bandit group as powerful as the Wind Wolf Bandits. "Your Excellency, we are willing to pay 3,000 Cosmos Divine Crystals as the toll." The Sky Beacon Division leader decided to give in. The Sky Beacon Division was not as strong as the Wind Wolf Bandits. If they fought, they would definitely cause losses to the Wind Wolf Bandits, but they would also be annihilated. If they could get through this without having to fight or suffer any losses by paying a price, that would naturally be the best. 3,000 Cosmos Divine Crystals? Do you think we are beggars? The leader of the Wind Wolf Bandits said coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. The other Wind Wolf Bandits were also furious. "We will let you pass with 100,000 Cosmos Divine Crystals. If you can't pay, you will die." 100,000. The members of the Sky Beacon Division were shocked. 100,000 Cosmos Divine Crystals was a shocking amount of wealth. How could the Sky Beacon Division take it out? Even if they did, they would not hand it over. It seems like you're not going to give up until one of us dies. The leader of the Sky Beacon Division looked gloomy. His eyes were cold. The reputation of the Sky Beacon Division was not exaggerated. It was earned through fighting. Even though they were afraid of the Wind Wolf Bandits, they still had to face them. Ha, idiots. They don't know the difference between life and death. Since they want to fight until one of us dies, let's just kill them. Boss, there's a girl inside. She is quite pretty. We will capture her and give her to you. Good. The leader of the Wind Wolf Bandits looked at October. The more he looked at her, the more interesting she seemed. He licked his lips and said good repeatedly. October's expression changed. He shouted hysterically, "Kill him. Kill them all. Are you really not going to give way?" The leader of the Sky Beacon Division asked again. It seemed to be a final warning. Kill. The leader of the Wind Wolf Bandits was even more direct. With a single order, his killing intent soared. He waved his spiked mace, and immediately, the members of the Wind Wolf Bandits rushed towards the flying ship of the Sky Beacon Division. Their killing intent was like a tide. Kill. The leader of the Sky Beacon Division had a gloomy expression, but he decisively gave the order. At the same time, he pulled out his long blade and slashed out a blade light that was dozens of meters long. The blade light was like a waterfall. It carried a terrifying might and directly slashed out. It seemed to cut everything in front of it apart. Even further away in the void, there was a space-crossing airship. It was motionless, and there were a few people on the airship who were staring at them. The Wind Wolf Bandits are quite strong. It seems like we don't need to do anything. Na Jun might die at the hands of the Wind Wolf Bandits. It seems like the heavens are on my side. I'm going to be the successor of the Sky Beacon Division. A young man suddenly burst into laughter. He was the son of the Great Elder. He was going to compete with Na Jun for the position of the successor of the Sky Beacon Division. Na Jun had used his own resources to invite the Sky Beacon Division to escort him. The Great Elder's son was going to intercept and kill him. The Great Elder's son had made a lot of preparations. He had brought people to intercept Na Jun. He hadn't thought that the Wind Wolf Bandits would appear before him. The appearance of the Wind Wolf Bandits had nothing to do with them. However, as long as they could kill Na Jun, it didn't matter. They could only say that Na Jun was unlucky and didn't have the qualifications to become the successor of the Sky Beacon Division. Now, they just wanted to see if the Wind Wolf Bandits could kill Na Jun. If they could, that would be the best-case scenario. If they couldn't, it didn't matter either. They could just come out and clean up the mess. Not only would they be able to kill Na Jun, but they would also be able to kill two birds with one stone. The wealth of the Wind Wolf Bandits would belong to them. The more the Great Elder's son thought about it, the more he thought about it. He hadn't thought that luck would be on his side. Fight! The Wind Wolf Bandits and the Sky Beacon Division released their tyrannical strength and immediately started fighting. The Wind Wolf Bandits had more people than the Sky Beacon Division, and their overall strength was stronger. However, it wasn't absolute. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for them to destroy the Sky Beacon Division in a short period of time. Although the Sky Beacon Division's formation was weaker, they were better at cooperating with each other. They joined forces and blocked the attacks of the Wind Wolf Bandits. They weren't defeated in a short period of time. Based on the current situation, they could at least hold on for a while. "What are you looking at? Why aren't you attacking?" shouted 10th Moon angrily when he saw Chen Zong standing at the side. "I will attack when it's time." Chen Zong didn't even look at 10th Moon as he replied unhurriedly. "You?" 10th Moon was furious. His aura was extremely cold, but it didn't affect Chen Zong at all. The Sky Beacon Division could still hold on under the current circumstances. Chen Zong didn't need to do anything. Moreover, Chen Zong had a feeling that there was someone spying on them in the dark. Perhaps that person was the real enemy. Chen Zong was waiting for the real enemy to show up. Of course, the leader of the Wind Wolf Bandits had yet to make his move. Chen Zong felt that he wasn't weak. He was even stronger than the Sky Beacon Division leader. If the Sky Beacon Division really couldn't hold on, Chen Zong would naturally step in. He could only hope that the Sky Beacon squad would be able to hold on and resist the attacks of the Wind Wolf bandits. That way, the people who were spying on them would reveal themselves. Then, everything would become clearer. Chapter 25:16. The Wind Wolves bandits' attacks were ferocious, but compared to the Sky Beacon troop, they were disorderly. Although they had more experts, they did not gain the upper hand and were blocked by the Sky Beacon troop. However, the Sky Beacon troop had sent out all their members, while the Wind Wolves bandits' leader had yet to make a move. After a while, the Wind Wolves bandits still could not break through the Sky Beacon troop's defense. The leader of the Wind Wolves bandits was displeased. He raised the mace in his hand and rushed out. His body flashed like lightning as he raised the mace high. It was as if countless electric arcs had gathered and flashed endlessly. Boom! The attack was extremely powerful and domineering. It was directed at a member of the Sky Beacon troop. His expression changed drastically, but he could not dodge it. Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly. The attack was very powerful. It was at least as powerful as a 6th-order AO Wu. The leader of the Wind Wolves bandits was definitely qualified to be listed on the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly General's roll. The member of the Sky Beacon troop was unable to block the attack and was hit directly. His head was instantly smashed and his body was smashed. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was a bloody scene. After killing him in one strike, the Wind Wolf bandit leader's face was filled with savagery. He immediately swung his mace like he could annihilate an entire army. His mace carried a terrifying might as it smashed into another member of the Sky Wind sect. 2 kills in an instant. Dying. The leader of the Sky Beacon troop was furious. His long saber slashed through the air, emitting a dazzling saber radiance. It tore through the void and was filled with murderous intent. "You're the one who's going to die." The leader of the Wind Wolves bandits sneered and did not dodge at all. He smashed his mace with violent lightning. The 2 attacks collided in an instant. The leader of the Sky Beacon troop's saber radiance was shattered, and he flew backward as if he had been struck by lightning. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Difference in strength. Although the leader of the Sky Beacon troop was very powerful, he was still weaker than the leader of the Wind Wolves bandits. This difference determined the outcome of the battle. With 2 of their members dead and their captain injured, their teamwork was directly affected and broken. They were now at a complete disadvantage. The leader of the Sky Beacon troop unleashed all his strength against the leader of the Wind Wolves bandits, but he was no match for him. He was injured again, and his injuries were even more serious. Die! The leader of the Wind Wolves bandits raised his club high into the air and smashed it down with terrifying power. The lightning was dozens of meters long and seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world, causing the leader of the Wind Wolves bandits' expressions to greatly change. They couldn't block it. Even if he were at his peak, he wouldn't be able to block it, let alone now that he was heavily injured. It was difficult for him to display his full strength. Was he going to die? Inside the airship, Na Zhen and 10th Moon's expressions were extremely ugly. It didn't matter if the Wind Wolf bandits were higher by his competitors. Once the Sky Beacon squad was defeated, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it and would be killed immediately. Based on his own strength, there was no way he could fight against them. After all, even the Tianfeng team leader, who was stronger than him, had been defeated and was about to die. Was this his fate? In the blink of an eye, Chunzong, who had been standing still, suddenly moved when the mace was about to hit the head of the Tianfeng captain. His figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, and also like a swan flying across the sky. It was extremely fast. 6th-order AO Wu's flying swan steps. Although Chunzong attacked, he didn't use his full strength. 6th-order AO Wu's lightning sword. In an instant, Chunzong used these 2 moves. Previously, these 2 moves were Chunzong's 2 most advanced moves. But now, they were no longer the same. Instead, they were the 2 weakest moves among the AO Wu. Previously, when Chunzong had used these 2 moves, it meant that Chunzong had used his full strength. Now, when he used these 2 moves, it meant that Chunzong had only used a small portion of his strength. Even if it was only a small part of Chunzong's strength, it was still not to be underestimated. After all, Chunzong was ranked 298th on the Heavenly Generals list. Chunzong was confident that he could raise his ranking even higher. The leader of the Wind Wolves pirates' ferocious expression suddenly changed. His face was full of shock. He suddenly changed his target and hit the dazzling sword radiance like a bolt of lightning. Captain Tian Feng seized the opportunity and quickly moved to the side. Then, he returned to the airship as fast as he could, regardless of whether he looked embarrassed or not. Surviving was the most important thing. As for his image, it was insignificant compared to his life. After returning to the airship, Captain Tian Feng looked over and saw a flash of sword radiance like a bolt of lightning. The leader of the Wind Wolves pirates' mace didn't hit his opponent. It was very fast and very agile. The flying swan steps emphasized speed, but it also emphasized agility. It was as agile and swift as a flying bird. When the second sword arrived, the leader of the Wind Wolves pirates' expression changed greatly. He was extremely shocked. He hurriedly waved his mace and tried to distance himself from Chunzong. However, Chunzong directly approached him and started a close combat. Swordsmanship. Chunzong suppressed his level of strength and maintained it at the same level as the leader of the Wind Wolves pirate. He used his superb swordsmanship to fight. Of course, Chunzong's goal was to train himself and see if he could find an opportunity to make a breakthrough in his swordsmanship. As for the lives of the Sky Beacon Troop, it didn't have much to do with him. The target of the mission was only that person. The others were relatively insignificant. If they could live, they would live. If not, they would die. Chunzong would never define himself as a bad person, but he wouldn't define himself as a good person either. The leader of the Wind Wolves pirate felt very aggrieved. He had honed his combat experience and skills through many life and death situations. Perhaps he wasn't the best, but he was definitely not weak. However, he paled in comparison to Chunzong's swordsman. It was as if his close combat ability had been restricted and weakened. He felt like he was being held back. Chunzong's swordsmanship was too brilliant. He felt like he couldn't dodge every strike. He was hit. The leader of the Wind Wolves pirate was hit from time to time. He could only defend himself with his body, but it was inevitable that he would be injured. Although his injuries weren't serious, they were accumulating. What a brilliant swordsmanship! The leader of the Sky Beacon Troop was horrified. Najun and October were also dumbfounded. When they knew that Chunzong was a human at the high level of the divine manifestation realm, they didn't take Chunzong's strength into account. Even if Chunzong was listed on the Heavenly General ranking, they didn't think that his ranking would be high. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Chunzong displayed astonishing strength. He was at least stronger than the leader of the Sky Beacon Troop and the leader of the Wind Wolves pirate. His close combat swordsmanship was unbelievably brilliant, and he directly suppressed the leader of the Wind Wolves pirate. The sword light suddenly flashed. The leader of the Wind Wolves pirate didn't seem to be able to react in time and let the sword light cut through his neck. The leader of the Wind Wolves pirate was decapitated. His defense couldn't withstand the sword light, and his head flew up, rolling in the air. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief and fear. The leader of the pirates is dead. The leader of the pirates is dead. Avenge the leader of the pirates. Run. The other Wind Wolves pirates' expressions changed when they saw the leader of the pirates being killed. Some of the pirates burst out with speed and rushed to the Sky Crossing airship, planning to escape. However, some of them looked fierce and rushed to Chunzong to avenge their leader. Those who wanted to avenge their leader would naturally follow in his footsteps and die under Chunzong's sword. Kill. Chunzong's figure flashed. He didn't use the AO Wu, nor did he need to use the AO Wu. He only relied on his superb swordsmanship. His body swayed like a bamboo in the wind, and the sword light flashed again and again. Every sword light was as fast and unpredictable as a white steed flashing through a gap. One sword, one kill. Two swords, two kills. Three swords, three kills. Kill, kill, kill. None of the pirates could block Chunzong's sword. In the entire Wind Wolves pirate, only the leader of the pirates had the strength to fight Chunzong. The other members, even if they were second only to the leader of the pirates, were as weak as ants in front of Chunzong. They could be easily killed. In just a few breaths, all the Wind Wolves pirates members who wanted to avenge the leader of the Wind Wolves pirate were killed. The other Wind Wolves pirates members fled into the sky crossing airship. They immediately started the sky crossing airship and quickly left. Chunzong didn't chase after them. If it were any other time, Chunzong would certainly chase after them. However, Chunzong now felt that the person who was spying on them in the dark was about to appear. Chunzong's figure flashed, leaving behind an arc of light as he returned to the flying ship. Even if his strength was extraordinary and he could extend the time he could stay in the void of the universe, he couldn't do it as unrestricted as a fourth realm expert. Staying on the sky-crossing airship was even less of a burden. If you're so strong, why didn't you attack from the beginning? 10 Moons immediately asked as Najun walked over. However, Chunzong ignored 10 Moons completely. Instead, he stared to the left. As if sensing Chunzong's gaze, Najun also looked to the left and immediately saw a sky-crossing airship rapidly approaching. Not long after, the sky-crossing airship stopped a few thousand meters away from the sky-crossing airship. A few figures stood at the bow of the sky-crossing airship. There were more than 10 figures standing on the deck, all of them wearing the same dazzling silver armor. Their auras were the same, and they were all at the third realm of cultivation. Najun, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to find such an expert to work for you. The leader of the sky-crossing airship was an aboriginal youth who looked about the same age as Najun. He had a playful smile on his face. After glancing at Chunzong, he stared at Najun. Then, without waiting for Najun's response, his gaze shifted to Chunzong again. How should I address you? Why don't you help me? I can give you whatever Najun can give you, or even better. There's no need for that. Chunzong replied unhurriedly. Even if the sky-crossing airship really inherited the position of the head of the family, he still wasn't qualified to make Chunzong work for him. Compared to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, that family was too weak. Of course, even if that family was stronger than the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chunzong still wouldn't be able to make him work for them. It was impossible for him to work for others, not in this lifetime. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. In this universe, there are many people stronger and more talented than you. The great elder's son frowned and said coldly. Then he said to the person standing beside him, "Go, show him your strength." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.